Thanks everyone for being here bright and early. We're going to begin now. Sukanya, she's a doctoral student at the School of Public Policy. She'll introduce our first speaker, Dr. Kian Riahi. We're very, very honored to have you here, sir. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'll introduce our first speaker now. Dr. Kian Riahi is the Director of the Energy, Climate and Environment Program at the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis and a visiting professor of Energy Systems Analysis at Graz University Technology. His most significant contributions to climate science includes coordinating the development of representative concentration pathways and shared socioeconomic pathways, which are foundational for integrated climate response analysis. Dr. Riahi has also served as a coordinating lead author for the IPCC 6th Assessment Report and contributed to several others, including the 3rd, 4th, and 5th IPCC reports, IPCC Special Report on Emission Scenarios, and IPCC Special Report on Carbon Dioxide Capture and Storage. While the list of his contributions are long, his other engagements include being a member of the European Scientific Advisory Board on Climate Change, to underpin climate action and efforts by the EU to reach climate neutrality by 2050. He's also, in 2021, he was also appointed by the UN Secretary General to the 10-member group to advise the UN on science, technology, and innovation for the Agenda 2030. He also plays a leading role in research networks like the Integrated Assessment Modeling Consortium and the International Committee on New Integrated Climate Change Assessment Scenarios. I'd like to invite Dr. Riahi on the stage now. Yeah, I've put it inside.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and also for inviting me to the excellent meeting so far. It's a pleasure to be here, and so I have been asked basically to give a little bit of an introduction about what are frontiers of scenario research if you think about shifting development pathways, and this particular focus perhaps on global scenarios, but also its relevance for India, and that's what I'm trying to do. I mean, 15 minutes is not very long, but I have prepared a few slides to show perhaps a few aspects of the scenarios that might be new to you. So let me perhaps start out with saying that understanding shifting development and development issues in general requires, I think, from modelers. Do you have also this echo, or is it just? Yeah, it's somehow. So basically, it requires. Oh, let me wait until this echo is gone. Or is it my phone? No. No. It's not better? No, not yet. Just one microphone might be better, yeah. So can you hear me now better? No, now you can't hear me at all? Now it's good, huh? Yeah, it's better? Okay. I go a little bit away. Okay, so understanding development issues, it is, I think, of critical importance that we start to not only look into development at the country scale or perhaps at the urban scale, but are much more, try to much better represent distributional issues and try to start modeling of actually those who don't have access to certain services. And in order to do this, we have at the ASA, this is actually activity that was spearheaded years ago by Narasimha Rao, who left to the Yale University. He's still at the ASA, and we are continuing since then. And the idea at that time was that we start in a bottom-up way to represent and to understand what are the energy requirements for a decent life, given different aspirational levels that you might assume. And at the one hand, understand what it means at the household level, as I'm showing it here, but also try to understand implications of a decent life for the community, because you have infrastructure needs, education, going to school, mobility needs, and beyond that also try to understand how these translate into requirements of infrastructure at the national level, particularly mobility, but also electricity grids, industrial production, etc. And just recently we managed to bring that thinking, which is valuable on itself, also into the modeling, into the integrated assessment framework. And what we do there is there's a tool which is called Desire. It's a tool for dynamic distant living projections, where we really model the distributions of the population. We try to understand the role of particularly both sides of the distribution, actually, the role of the population which has excessive use of energy, but also those who don't have access to many services. And what we try to understand in this modeling is particularly what are the different levels of change that are there. So you can improve the situation by, for example, development, increasing services and moving the distribution to the right-hand side. Beyond this threshold that is assumed there. But you can also reduce inequalities by redistributional measures, or you might have other trends like technological improvements, new technologies coming online, which help you to improve the efficiency of the system and thus move this decent living threshold to the left-hand side. So it's usually a combination of measures, and I think it's really important in the modeling to try to disentangle those. To give you some, perhaps some examples of that work, first of all, I think the new framing in the scenarios need to be one of having multiple environmental or ecological ceilings, climate being one of them, but many others as well. And at the same time, trying to look into strategies that help you basically to achieve a decent living for all. And if you look into distributional changes of these scenarios, that's a paper that is going to be out there next month, has just been accepted. What I'm showing on the right-hand side is basically the trend of the distribution. 2020, you can see there's lots of people below the decent living threshold, which is the dashed line here. And then the red area there is the amount of people still under the decent living threshold by 2040. And this is a typical trend continuation scenario that we basically contrasted with a so-called just transformation pathway, where you have a major shift in the global distribution. Regionally, this plays out quite differently. So I'm providing here the example of India by 2040. So you can see a major shift to the right-hand side. India actually, in this scenario, a very successful example of a development where large parts of the population moved. This is now residential use only above the threshold. And at the same time, in this specific scenario, we looked also into strategies that would actually shift the distribution of use also to the left, not by reducing services, but by improving how services are provided, by improving service provisioning systems. So I see a much stronger convergence in terms of energy use and in terms of the distribution of energy use, for example, in this scenario between the United States and India. So getting those type of things much more explicitly into our scenarios, I think, is important, because it would make different equity issues also more transparent, which are at the moment hidden in the scenarios and are discussed sometimes in a quite controversial way, particularly when it comes to the IPCC scenarios. I think other important frontier of model development is particularly the electrification that is necessary in order to meet the climate targets, and how to manage an increasingly variable renewable electricity system. We got actually quite frustrated with the discussion which is only focusing on hydrogen or batteries, because there are so many other possible technologies for energy storage. And over the last years, we focused on some engineering techno-economic studies where we try to understand potential of alternative storage possibilities like gravity storage in lifts or in coal mines, using the underwater pressure for compressed air energy storage and hydrogen energy storage, but particularly also beyond energy storage, which is always something that you can do if you don't have mountains like the Alps in Europe, but you have a coastline which goes deep. Then you can use those type of new technologies to store energy. And I think increasingly we need to get them into our models. We did for 8 different storage technologies quite detailed techno-economic potential assessment. So all of that is available for free, and anybody who wants to use it, including for India, can use those estimates. I would say the one which got most traction was quite surprising to us. It was the paper that we published 1.5 years ago for underground gravity energy storage, how you can basically turn coal mines into energy batteries. This is not the cheapest way to store energy. Energy density is relatively low, but it got a lot of traction quite immediately. So 2 startups started to explore how to basically do this in different coal mines. Romania has now a program where they are changing 17 different coal mines into batteries. And the reason why this got so much traction is actually what we discussed also yesterday. It's about the social co-benefits for the rural and local development. If you basically close down the coal mines, politically is the question, what do you do with the coal mines and the people living there? And if you have a solution to offer, even though it's not the cheapest way to store energy, it is politically very attractive, and that's why I'm showing it here, because obviously, coal plays a big role in India as well, and similar solutions might get traction here too. I think the other big issue, but a challenging issue for modeling sustainable development pathways, is that we are facing increasing impacts. We need to much better integrate impacts into our modeling frameworks. What I'm showing here is, these are also first results from our integrated assessment model, which includes now damages across many different sectors. And on the right-hand side, you can see these red bars show you across different scenarios the impacts and their uncertainties coming out from our modeling framework. And then the small dwarfed blue lines below them, these are actually the mitigation investments. Not even mitigation investments in a cost-effective approach globally. So that a few things that we learned here. Investing into mitigation actually even economically pays off. And even if you are very, very skeptical about how big the impacts in the future might be, so the impacts might be manifold higher than the mitigation costs, but even if you're very skeptical and downplay the role of extremes, even then by 2050, all the assumptions that we could make, actually the benefits in terms of avoided impacts were bigger than the mitigation costs in India. So it's basically also, from the economic perspective, a viable strategy, and to basically try to reduce and play a big role in that for India, and particularly for other countries who might be affected more by the impacts than other regions. I think a big question at the moment, particularly when it comes to the scenarios in the IPCC process, is about how to include better equity and justice across regions into our modeling frameworks. There's an activity going on which is called JustMIP, What we are doing at the moment at EASA is try to better understand how fairness and justice in terms of if you take historical emissions and future emissions into account, if you have different timelines for achieving net zero in 2050, what does this mean for the overall fairness in terms of responsibility being basically causing the problem and avoiding the problem. And regionally, this means quite different things. So I'm just here illustrative pathways where you achieve net zero between 2040 and 2090. If you're Latin America, and if you look into the IPCC database, and basically Latin America decides today to which extent their carbon debt into the in the future. They have no carbon debt at the moment, so they have actually emitted relatively little in the past. If they achieve net zero before 2060, in most of the scenarios, they will not get into any carbon debt. If they achieve it later, then they are basically causing more of the problem than they are avoiding. So that's Latin America. It can choose about how much carbon debt it wants to accumulate now. In other regions, this looks, of course, different. This is North America, particularly the US. No matter when the US will go to net zero, historical emissions dominate so much that there is always a carbon debt. So there is also the ethical and the moral liability there to support other countries in the transition. And I think that needs to be made transparent. And then there are other regions, particularly I'm showing here India, where basically achieving net zero roughly by the end of the century would mean that the emissions budget is exhausted. But this is, of course, only from a fairness perspective looking at mitigation. If you add the climate impacts that I've shown earlier, you don't want that actually all those who have not a carbon debt wait and emit as beyond the historical responsibility, because the climate impacts will be so high that one is hit more than no, sorry. Let me start this again. Even though those regions who have not spent the carbon budget yet might not want to spend this because of the impacts, because the impacts create big economic losses, as I showed earlier. Yeah, we made also, I think what we should also increasingly do, and at last COP we saw how difficult it is to, given the current polarization and block building in the world, how difficult it is to agree on financial transfers, which need to happen if you think about moral obligations and the different responsibility of the problem. So we tried to look endogenously in the scenarios how such financial transfers could look like and how transitions would change if you reduce the financial transfers that are feasible. And that's also something that we need to better understand. What you see here is basically the loss and damage fund that would result from such an analysis compared to the mitigation fund. I have different versions of this figure. So depending on which ethical principle you take, this figure will look differently. Depending on whether we look in 2050 or in 2070, the figure will look differently. But they look always like this in terms of the size of the red fund, the loss and damage fund, compared to the mitigation fund. And interesting is also, if you look here at the biggest payer is North America. This is also relatively consistent always. China flips from one side to the other. So China very often is a payer, but because they are going to be affected very largely by the impacts themselves, they pay and get at the same time. And usually they get a little bit more than what they pay. This is something that you can see as well. Something that is going to be visible in analysis like this is also that some regions actually benefit from climate change. So in Europe, as well as in Russia, often the indication is that climate impacts are distributed unevenly, but you gain in the agricultural sector usually. And this actually compensates lots of losses as well. So the most affected regions are those in the equatorial belt, and particularly South Asia and Africa the Middle East, and to some extent also North America, which show the highest impacts. So I think I'm not saying that this is the future how it should look like, or that the funds should be that big, but this is an aspect that we should not ignore in our scenarios, and we should make this transparent when we are developing a new generation of scenarios. And that's also something that we are aiming at in the so-called JustMIP activity. So that is a modeling intercomparison project open to anybody who wants to join, who wants to bring these 3 different justice dimensions into a new generation of scenarios for the AR7, which would include effort sharing, decent living standards, but also the third topic, which I did not emphasize, which is the how to make also the transition sustainable in terms of biodiversity loss. This is a complex issue. Biodiversity benefits by limiting climate change. At the same time, many solutions are land-based and create a conflict with biodiversity, and we need to get those targets into our frameworks as well. And here I want to stop. I hope I didn't go too much over time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Yoris, Mr. Yoris Bucker, who's a DPhil candidate at the University of Oxford's Schmidt School of Enterprise and the Environment and the Oxford Martin School. His research focuses on productive knowledge bottlenecks and labor market frictions that may hinder the green transition, leveraging data-driven network science models of labor markets, renewable energy value chains, and green industrial policy. With a background in complexity science, he holds an MSc in complex system modeling from King's College London and a BSc in econometrics from the University of Amsterdam. Before his doctoral studies, Yoris gained experience in medical data science and the semiconductor industry. I'd like to call upon the stage Mr. Bucker for his presentation.
All right, hello, good morning, everyone. Thanks for the kind introduction, and thanks for having me here. It's great to be here and talk with everyone. All right, so I'm going to talk about some modeling efforts we've been doing in Oxford. First, a little bit about myself. So this was said in the introduction. I'm originally from the Netherlands. I did my undergrad in Amsterdam, master in London, and then I worked for a few years before starting my PhD. I'm also working for the World Bank now 1 day a week in the climate change team. All right, so agenda for today, I'll tell a little bit about our group in Oxford, about our modeling approaches, then talk about some models that we have in development. These are all kind of standalone, rather small models, but they shed a new light on, I think, some economic processes. All of them can be applied to the green transition, which is what we're planning to do. Not all of them have been developed for that, so I'll give some other examples as well. And then talk a little bit about my PhD projects also. All right, so our group at Oxford is the Institute for New Economic Thinking. We're not part of the School of Economics in Oxford, so we have a little bit more space to think about questions and methods beyond kind of the mainstream economics. The group I'm in is called Complexity Economics. It's headed by Dawn Farmer. There's around 20 PhD students, as well as postdocs and associates. Our research is about kind of the whole of economics, including macro finance, technological progress, and the green transition, with a special focus on using agent-based modeling for that. Most of the work on the climate space that we do is in collaboration with the Schmidt School of Enterprise and the Environment, which I'm also part of. And so really check out their research as well, if you're interested. Okay, so at INET, our modeling principles is that there are some limits to general equilibrium or rational expectations modeling. They get very hard to solve if you want to make them more complex, if you want to make them fit to reality better than has been done in the past. And so that's why our focus is on kind of empirical modeling and agent-based modeling, which has become competitive in recent years. So this is because there's more data available, models are better at ingesting them. There's more simulation techniques available in terms of calibration and explainability of these models. And if you define the models well, you can use very little free parameters, very few free parameters to fit the data, and a lot of variables that are defined by the data. And so you can then use a lot of testing to calibrate them well. For the energy transition, this means that technology matters at a granular level. Solar energy has taken off, and 20 years ago, this was not clear at all. And so is it there? Okay. And so it matters which type of technology you're looking at. And so you have to get to a granular heterogeneous level for technology, but also for other type of things, such as unemployment, which will differ per occupation, per region, for different groups of people in society. Transition dynamics matter. It's not about shifting from one equilibrium to another. It's also how we're going to get there. How do labor markets react? How do financial markets react? This needs to be modeled carefully. And if you can predict at this aggregated level, you get more kinds of predictions that you can fit to the data and improve your modeling. Okay, so this is the idea. I'm now going to talk about 4 models briefly that we have in development. I'll skip over them quite briefly. If you want to latch onto them in discussion or afterwards, I'm happy to talk about them in more depth as well. The first technology time series models, which we use to forecast future costs of technologies. These use extensive historical data on cost and deployment, and use rather simple technology cost curves based on Moore's law, based on Wright's law, that kind of predict exponential cost declines for some technologies. We find that this fits certain technologies very well, but not all technologies. And so it's still the question about which technologies can be modeled in this way, but we find that it's particularly relevant for the energy transition. So I'm showing here a graph for solar energy in particular, which has seen dramatic cost declines over the last 40 years. This is a well-known story, and fitting a model such as Moore's law to this data gives better predictions than using other more complex energy modeling that has been used. This is not only true for solar, but also for wind energy, batteries, electrolyzers, although they have larger error bars and the cost declines are not as rapid. It is not true for fossil fuels, which do not follow these kind of cost declines, but rather follow a more kind of random walk, which reacts to other global issues. It's a paper a couple of years ago from co-authored by Rupert Way and colleagues at our group that found that using these cost curves in a predictive way, you can find the fast energy transition, which reaches net zero globally well before 2050, yields 12 trillion annual savings. And you see the error bars are quite large in the figure, but these savings are quite robust for different types of assumptions that you make. Zach Cesaro is a PhD student in our group from a few years ago. He used some of these cost estimates to look at India, and in particular the role for green ammonia in the energy system in 2050. So if you're interested in that, you can check that out also. And we're now really looking at how can we forecast technology diffusion of deployment. So how can we estimate the role of solar energy and how quickly it can diffuse across countries, and it will follow an exponential curve for longer, or if it will flatten out. So this is ongoing research. Ongoing research as well is looking at these cost declines for specific technologies in a disaggregate way. So how can we look at the supply chain for wind energy, for electric vehicles, for particular technologies there, and how fast that technology improves in different country regions. So this will be particularly interesting to go to a more granular level. Okay, so the second model I'm going to highlight is an energy investment model for global energy generation. And this model, the idea is that every energy company faces its own small transition. So every power company that has a set of technologies by which they generate electricity will have to shift at some point to renewable energy technologies. The figure here on the right is by my colleague Anton Pichler. He's now in the school of, in Vienna. and he's still part of INET in Oxford as well. He looked at the data set of energy companies globally and how some of them have already shifted towards using renewable sources, and looking at whether they use gas or coal or oil before, and what kind of choices they made. So the idea is that this will provide input for an agent-based model that's already kind of half developed, but we're still testing it, that can provide an alternative or a complementary model to integrated assessment models or global energy models from a bottom-up modeling perspective. Okay, third, labor transition models. So this is some of the work that I've been doing as well. We try to predict how workers move between occupations and geographical regions, where every individual in the economy is an agent that faces choices when the economy shifts from fossil fuel-based economy to a low emissions future. And we try to assess where there are bottlenecks in which particular groups of people or which particular regions where more government attention may be needed. So we applied this to Brazil in this working paper that came out last year, where we had about 2,600 occupations. So every node in this network is an occupation, and every link is if we've seen a transition in the 2010s by workers in Brazil. I think we had over 50 million transitions happening, and so this is a lot of data that's being compressed in this model, and we use that information to then infer it to the future, how people are likely to move around in the economy and the labor markets. And so we tested a development path shift from agricultural base to manufacturing, and because in Brazil, agriculture is very emission intensive, there's a lot of deforestation associated with it, whereas their energy mix is actually relatively low carbon. And so a shift towards manufacturing can reduce emissions. We also show in our labor market model that it can reduce inequality as well, although we highlight certain areas where there might be more inequality, and so that will help the government to provide a limited resource to particular areas where it's most needed. We're still trying to validate this model, so it's not, so we're trying to put error bars on the estimates as well. So there's still ongoing work here also. Okay, and fourth, economic shock propagation models, which we use to predict how an economy responds to a shock, including physical climate risks. So how this works is if there's flooding or another physical risk that will put some economic players, some firms out of production, how does that reverberate to the rest of the economy? What are kind of the downstream effects of that? And how does that feed back into the economy? And this can lead to complex feedback loops that might even be larger than the initial impact itself. So we use the preliminary model for this to model how COVID affects the UK economy, which gave pretty accurate results. We're now looking at expanding this work globally and to other countries. I'm showing here a figure on the right that shows large-scale firm-level supply chain data sets. Surprisingly, there's quite a lot of data available in governments and institutions around the world, but this is often not available for research directly. And so there's a lot of effort going on to make the data available and to get better models. All right, so that was a very quick overview of some of the modeling efforts that are involved. I'll now spend a few minutes talking about my own PhD projects. I just handed in my PhD last week, so some of this is quite fresh. So I'm very interested in green industrial policy and how countries try to direct their economy towards manufacturing more green products. I'm using here a novel data set of green industrial policy and showing that the green fraction of industrial policy has been rising in the 2010s around the world. So it's mainly done in rich countries, but also low-income countries are using an increasing share of their industrial policy for green industrial policy. And I'm using a networks approach here to look at path dependence in industrial policy. And the idea is that this network is informed by the data. It shows different kinds of industrial policy instruments, and it conditions how countries adopt new policy instruments. So the idea is that if a country has used industrial policy using particular instruments, it will likely use adjacent or related instruments in the future as well. And this can inform policymakers about how likely their industrial policy adoption is to succeed or to fail, or to provide alternatives that may be more suitable as well. This is still very much ongoing work, but I think it's quite interesting. Second work was on employment dynamics in a rapid decarbonization of the US power sector, where we used a decarbonization scenario by 2035 for the US power sector, and we looked at labor market models that I showed before to find specific frictions for particular occupations over time. And so we try to stress in this paper that it's not only about shifting from fossil fuels to renewables, it's also the trajectory to get there is not linear. There's a lot of nonlinearities and feedback loops that might slow down the transition at different points in time. And finally, I looked at skill intensity of production and productive knowledge, and how this may condition the diversification options that countries have. So I used a data set on skills used in production, as well as global exported products, and how different products have a different kind of skill intensity. And I used a methodology that looks at how countries have diversified over time to see how human capital and skill intensity of production can induce risks or provide opportunities for countries' diversification pathways going forward. All right, so that was a very quick overview of different kinds of modeling. Happy to take questions in the Q&A. Thank you.
I'll introduce Professor Rangan Banerjee now. We'll be moderating the discussion. He's the director of IIT Delhi, and earlier he served as the Forbes Marshall Chair Professor in the Department of Energy Science and Engineering at IIT Bombay, a department that he helped start in 2007. His areas of interest include energy management, modeling of energy systems, energy planning and policy, hydrogen energy, and fuel cells. Professor Rangan Banerjee has been involved in setting up a megawatt-scale solar thermal power testing simulation research facility sponsored by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. He has been involved in advising the City, State Regulatory Commission, and Energy Agency, as well as the Niti Aayog. Professor Rangan Banerjee has been the Dean R&D and received the Excellence in Teaching Award from IIT Bombay and is a Fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. He's also an adjunct faculty honorary in the Department of Engineering and Public Policy at Carnegie Mellon University.
So good morning. I think it's a So good morning. How many of you are modelers? How many of you influence or try to, are policy analysts? Okay, there's some intersecting things. So I think we heard two very interesting presentations. And Kian, of course, has decades of experience in modeling and has been at the forefront of modeling. And we just heard Yoris presenting another perspective in terms of labor transition. So we have 10 minutes, so I'll just ask one question to both of them, and then we'll try and see if we could take a few questions from the floor. So the question that I want to ask is that, in your opinion, when you look at energy models, energy and climate models, and the transitions, what really is missing, and what is it that you think, what is lacking in the way we construct our models, and what needs to be done in terms of either the model construction or the model interfacing with policymakers and society? So,
Sure. Um, so a lot of the development that we do, trying to improve our models, is usually guided by the questions: how do people make choices? Can I understand if how people make choices? Then I have a good model which can also inform policy making. And I would argue that choices of people are, at one hand, determined by the alternatives that are available. And I think the models do a relatively good job in trying to model systemic changes in an engineering way of what alternatives might become available. But the choices are also dependent on the preferences of people and on the norms and societal values, which are much, much more difficult to get into those models. So basically, preferences and what determine those preferences, how quickly preferences change, is something that I think it's still a long way to get this comprehensively into our models. It's simply also a very important part in order to understand that even though that you're suggesting a good solution, it might not be picked up. The policy might fail because it's not aligned with the values and the preferences of people. And there is some research which tries to bridge this gap. So there are behavioral scientists usually look at detailed aspects in their case studies, but you need to try to generalize. You need to try to have response functions of how people under different conditions, how they respond to certain changes in the system. And I would say, I'm biased, yeah, but I would say that's the direction that I would like to go and to improve the models.
just to sort of follow up on that, when you talked about transitions and you talked about looking at different segments of population and also regional distributions. Now, most of our models, with the level of aggregation that we have, are we able to capture these kind of things? And when we look at spatial as well as economic vulnerable populations, and is that something which we add on to these models, or you need to have different scales of models, or uh, because we all want to have, you have all these nice graphs and these large numbers and other things, but finally when what happens in a particular region, are what does the model, what should the model do in terms of when we talk about transitions and we're talking of vulnerable populations, and what really should happen? Are we asking the right questions?
You took at the end of your question, you took a different turn. Yeah, but in principle, I think one part of your question is it actually even desirable to include and pack everything into one model, including the distributional issues? Aren't we increasing the complexity to a level which to a too high level, and can we actually still understand what the model is doing? And actually, you, I think, gave a little bit of an answer to that question already. I really liked that you have these smaller tools which can interact with other tools, and that's actually also the way that we, for example, try to include social heterogeneity and decent living aspects into the integrated assessment modeling framework. Not everything is directly embedded into the big tool endogenously, but there is an iterative solution between a distributional model and then how this translates into an overall demand and how the supply system interacts with different types of demand levels, yeah, and whether even whether this is a good way of representing the system depends at the end on the question, actually. So difficult to generalize.
Yeah, sure. So I'll answer the question slightly different, but kind of riffing off what Dr. Kawandi said, I think I miss a lot of empirical validation in some of the models that I see. And that's why we stress like small, simple empirical models that we can test. And empirical validation is hard. Like the models I made for my PhD, I set out wanting to validate all of them. I didn't succeed in that because it's not an easy thing to do. It can also be stressful because if you made a model and you try to validate it, if it doesn't work, how are you going to present that? And so, but I think it's a discussion that needs to be had as to what are the assumptions in these models and what is kind of the sensitivity of the model to these assumptions, and what do we really know about that? And I think there's a lot we do know and a lot that we can validate, and there are some things that we don't really know. I think we should be honest about that.
So what we'll do is, in the interest of time, all those who want to make a comment or a question, please raise your hands. Okay, what we'll do is we'll go around the room and listen to all of you and then give them a minute to respond. You have to take the mic? Yeah. Very brief, please.
Sure.
Yeah.
Quick suggestion for anyone using an India map. It is now illegal to have the map that was shown. So just a word of caution. How would you model the dragon in the room, China and Chinese policies, which gets to the larger example of a question, which is the political decisions that sit on top of the political strategic supply chain and those sorts of things. These are not optimizable, so to speak.
Okay. Political decisions. Yeah.
Very quickly, Fatih Birol at the IEA used to say, that the role of the IEA is to sort of put out numbers which will hopefully shake people into action and sort of, disprove them in the long run. So in that spirit, sometimes I feel that the way the models work, they entrench observations with regard to, for instance, my favorite example is mobility, as to how private mobility is sort of the way the world is going to move, because there doesn't seem to be a different imagination about how mobility using public transit can actually even come back, because that's the long arc of development that we've seen elsewhere. So is there a way in which we can better sort of showcase under what circumstances more sustainable solutions can come in, or are we just going to assume that the way the developed countries have done it in certain cases is the way, for instance, in India will follow suit? Question on that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think a quick question, Kevan. So you had these slides where you were showing the comparison between the mitigation and the damages. And here my question was, and this was also something yesterday, I think that Mr. Berry was saying, that given the limited fiscal resources as we have, would you say something like it is better that India focuses on adaptation than mitigation? I mean, of course, the number is quite small, but considering the damages are huge, do you think that figure can tell you something where India should focus on more? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the modeling has become really complex over the years, but still often my concern is when we project into future, and especially when we give these scenarios to the decision makers or policy makers and design people, we assume things in real society, the actors work in alignment, collaborate in an idealistic way. So how can we include the uncertainty or even actors in real world not working collaboratively? Maybe, I don't know, using game theory concepts or whatever it is. But how can we involve them at least when presenting to the policymakers and decision makers? Otherwise, the models will always be in an idealistic world and will not be taken very seriously. Thank you.
Yeah, Kevin, you talked about $5 trillion impact or loss by 2050. I presume it's annually. And is it possible to disaggregate that, to OECD, non-OECD, or for major countries, so that we can convince both OECD and non-OECD countries that there's a need for serious action, given the fact the current scenario is that maybe more and more countries will act less and less on climate change. So is it possible to give a reliable, disaggregated loss and damage? I know it's very complex, very difficult, but some reasonable estimate of loss and damages at some major like South Asia or whatever, East Asia and so on and so forth, so that policymakers are aware and the public is also aware of the extensive damages that are, in the horizon. Thank you.
Last two, one, and then give it to her. After that, Ambuj.
Hi, Kian, in your presentation, there was one thing that was interesting. You said you looked at reducing inequality of resource use in addition to low demand and a couple of other things. So I wonder how you modeled that.
Yeah, and just following on that, Kevan, I mean, I'm just curious about when you do, in your models, when you try to improve, for example, distributional outcomes and equity, what influence does it have on the pathway more in a more macro sense? In other words, does including equity actually, because people often see this as a tension, and so the question is, for the actual pathway, what does the final outcome look like if you include those kind of factors into your process?
Sorry, I'll be very quick. Thank you. So I just want to ask about the scale of these models. In a sense, most of what Kevan's work is really sort of global scale models out of which you're backing national results. And I understand Yoris's models are more sort of at the not only just narrow questions, but also at the national scale. And I'm just kind of wondering, in an NDC world, in a world where national politics seems to determine action around co-benefits and multiple objectives, the relative emphasis on these global models, obviously you need both, but the relative emphasis on them for policymakers, have a comment on that? I mean, are we in a sense a little bit behind on the national policy making, which is what may seem to inform policymakers in a more granular context-specific way? Just a reflection on that would be great.
Okay. We keep on going to last and last, but this is definitely the last one.
No, just prompted by what Ambuj asked, and if you could just qualify also on the equity bit in terms of the equity across countries or groups of countries vis-a-vis within the country equities.
Okay, I think you have a tall order, and all to be done in a few minutes. I think. Do you want to start? You want to answer that? Okay, I think you can talk about the
all right, I'll
scale and the region.
Yeah, exactly. So I think, yes, so I think it's an open question to what extent models should be disaggregated and to what level. And I think a lot of it depends on the data that is available and the uncertainties that you introduce by adding more complexity. And this is something that I'm also very interested in. I think going to a national level is important just so that we understand the national context. What we also see in, for example, predicting prices of solar is that going to the national level doesn't always improve the modeling in terms of predictions of global solar prices. But it is important to understand what are bottlenecks in particular countries for that. Yeah.
Wow, so many good questions. Let me perhaps start with the questions at the end, which were about the equity dimension and how and what. First of all, answering the question of clarifying also that. So when I was referring to the decent living analysis, that's actually a national scale analysis. So we try to, because it doesn't make sense to do those analyses on an aggregated regional level. So there's a tool which at the national scale looks at possible at the different floors that exist, given also the national context. Because the energy requirements are very different, and then tries to translate the energy needs to the larger scale regional model so that we get the macroeconomic feedback from those. This means that there are these global scenarios, but some of the elements are in the meantime actually modeled really at the national scale in individual smaller, dedicated smaller tools. The redistribution is done, because it was your question, Ambuj, in a relatively simple way. So We don't model main mechanisms or policies that would lead to those redistributions, but we want to show what does it mean if you manage to redistribute those things. What does it mean at the energy system level, and at the macroeconomic level, in terms of productivity, investments, sector changes, housing that you need to add. But we don't model actually the policies that would finance those and would enable those changes. Yeah, so that's really really important. That's an important gap that would be very interesting to look into. How can we make sure that our models don't always give us the answers in terms of okay, we know that the historical model of development, if we actually are not careful, what we get in the future is that's the preferred model for the future as well. And it's also linked to your issue of difficulty of validation. So if you go into the future and you have a very strong trend break, you run into the risk that actually the better scenario would fare worse in terms of the validation exercise. What we try to do, and you mentioned mobility, which I'm very thankful for because we try to model mobility by really understanding the convenience and the quality and the reason of why people want to travel. If you move away if you understand why a person wants to travel, is it a short-term distance travel to a hospital, or is it some recreational holiday that you want to spend, and you want to spend it perhaps further away because it's part of your cosmopolitan life? Then you will be more neutral to the choice of the mode at the end, because the mode who can provide you quick, high quality, convenient traveling will not always be the car, will not always be the private mobility, and that interacts then with how you model at the end the infrastructure. So it's the granularity and to which extent you are able to model the determinants of why people choose different mobility modes, which is then decisive whether you give the right answer to some of the structural changes.
Are the models operating at a scale where those kind of developments will actually make a difference?
And most of them don't. So also in our integrated assessment model, in the global one, mobility is introduced in a very simple way, but we have an own tool for modal choices, which has been originally developed for Europe, where we have a lot of data about preferences, about infrastructure changes, also about the spatial distribution, which is very important. So at different scales and at different uses in terms of sectoral representation, you have different complexities in those models. But I think you can combine them and you can link them. There is this community effort which is called the EDIT community. It tries to bring together modeling teams that have focused and specialized on different demand-side provisioning systems, like mobility and transport modelers, bringing them together, and then also bringing them together then with the integrated assessment models, which have these more aggregated tools. I think you need this dialogue to answer some of those questions. Yeah, we should. Sorry. Yeah, thank you so much.
I see Kaveri looking at me saying that we need to stop. I think this was a very interesting discussion, and I think there's lots more to discuss with Kevan and Yoris during the tea and the lunch breaks. Thank you.
For our next session, I'll introduce the speakers. Mr. Srihari Dukipati is Research Fellow at Prayas Energy Group, where he works on modeling and tools to assist public interest policy research in the energy sector. He has built models using the Plexos, GridPath, and Rumi modeling platforms, which are being used to answer various questions relevant to informing the transitions in the electricity and the wider energy sector in India. Our next speaker after that would be Dr. Ritu Mathur, who is a climate and energy policy expert at the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI. For the last 2 years, she has worked as a consultant at Niti Aayog, tasked with setting up and leading a modeling and integrated assessment unit to strengthen evidence-based decision-making in the energy climate domain and coordinating the activities of the India Climate and Energy Modeling Forum at Niti Aayog. Our next speaker after that would be Dr. Aman Malik, who is an interdisciplinary climate scientist leading the Council's modeling work on Indian carbon markets. His research focuses on representing climate policies and energy system models, exploring macroeconomic impacts of transition policies, and assessing policy packages for deep decarbonization. The discussion will be moderated by Dr. Rahul Tongia, who is a senior fellow at the Center for Social and Economic Progress, where he co-leads the Energy, Natural Resources and Sustainability Group. His work focuses on technology and policy for sustainable development, spanning energy supply, smart grids, energy access, pricing reforms, and climate equity. I'd like to call upon Mr. Srihari to start the session.
Actually, in the interest of time, may I call upon all the speakers to the stage, and as soon as each speaker presents their remarks, we can immediately start with the discussion as well.
Good morning, everyone. It's good that we have this session right after the previous one because that makes I can be quite brief because a lot of the what I wanted to talk about is somewhat in line with what was discussed before. So at Prayas, we are a policy and research organization working on policy and regulatory aspects of the energy sector, in particular the electricity sector. And a lot of our modeling is actually informed by, is meant to inform our policy and regulatory work. And from this point of view, as we had heard earlier, we started working on trying to understand energy demand because that's the link between sort of well-being, development, and the energy sector, and so we going in line with that, we started with an energy service needs or aspirations based approach to estimating energy demand. We use a bottom-up approach to sort of estimate the demand in multiple sectors. We started with the residential sector, trying to understand, say, demand for various service needs at the residential level, such as cooling, lighting, etc. And then we also have done bottom-up energy demand estimation for transport and part of the industrial sector. So while we are doing this, the way we are doing this is by looking at the various determinants of taking into account the service needs, abstracted at whatever level is appropriate, and looking at what are the other determinants that affect demand. One is, of course, behavior. And as was discussed, this is a very complex topic. We are not really doing behavioral models, etc. But to whatever extent data is available and our whatever our surveys show us, we try and incorporate behavioral aspects into the demand model as well. Economic activities, of course, drives demand. We all know the link there. Policy is something that takes that sort of affects both behavior as well as can affect behavior as well as economic activity, and hence that has a role to play. And then, of course, weather has a big role in shaping demands as well. And fuel switching, more importantly electrification, because of efficiency improvements, end-use efficiency improvements, as well as better path towards decarbonization. Electrification is becoming more and more important, and that is reflected in policy push as well. So we incorporate all of these into the demand estimation that we are doing, and of course, all of the work that we do in this area is using open source tools, and we put out the models also in the public domain for along with the assumptions, so that others can critique as well as improve on these models. In terms of the modeling choices, more looking forward, what we plan to do. Granularity is, of course, an important aspect, the heterogeneity that K1 talked about. With electrification, temporal granularity also becomes important. This impacts supply choices as well. And spatial granularity, the India model that we have, where we estimate the demand and optimize supply choices, is at the national level, but we have state level disaggregation, and within that urban rural as well where appropriate, especially for the residential sector and transport sectors. And when we in a previous version of this model, we also had income sort of quintiles that we were able to represent using available data at that time. That data is quite dated right now. There is a more recent data set that has come out, but using that data to understand the trends over time is a somewhat involved complicated exercise because of differences in survey methodologies, etc. So we are trying to see how we can bring back income or expenditure quintiles into the demand estimation, so that we understand the distributional aspects also better. But also, as part of our combined work with IIT Delhi and Princeton, we are looking at spatial sort of impacts, social and ecological impacts of energy infrastructure. The output of our model, we plan to downscale that in terms of understanding the local impacts, combined with qualitative sort of survey on how siting decisions impact communities, etc. So that's something that we are looking forward to, and then also trying to understand the impact on resources such as land, water, air, biodiversity, etc. And then on employment and public finances as well. Of course, incorporating a lot of these things can make models complex, and especially the supply side optimization models become relatively complex. And there are some things that we are looking at. There's a macro model that was developed that is being developed at MIT and Princeton, which basically uses this Bender's decomposition technique to so such that as the complexity of the model, the number of variables in the model increase, the size of the problem scales up linearly rather than exponentially, and that can actually help solve more complex models with higher granularity. And another thing that the grid path power sector modeling tool that we use has introduced recently is this iterative portfolio optimization. The idea being that there isn't one optimal solution, but there are multiple solutions that are near optimal, and there may be particularly in a case where we're looking at multiple objectives that we want to optimize. It is good to look at the space of optimal choices that is available, and then sort of iterate in order to achieve at something that helps address multiple objectives at the same time. So this is something that we are looking forward to doing as well. And finally, of course, we all know scenarios is our way of dealing with sort of uncertainty and looking at different pathways of how things can happen. And this can be along the lines of economic structure or the structure of the economy or economic activity, the pace of economic activity, as well as attitudes towards environment and consumption in general, which can be incorporated into scenarios in some form or the other. Of course, these are sort of stylized and may not represent the vast sort of diversity of attitudes, but uh, we look at modeling as an exercise, as a thought exercise to see how what it would mean, what it would look like in the future when we take different paths in our choices. And of course, institutions play a large role. So both institutions within domestic institutions working together in tandem, as well as sort of global cooperation, are important aspects. And this is something that we also plan to look at in our scenarios. Finally, challenges in modeling and future work, as I was already mentioned, representing heterogeneity is a fairly complex task, and especially when we are talking about projecting it into the future and what is the path that behaviors would take in the future is something that involves a lot of guesswork, of course. So that is something that would require some kind of periodic surveys to sort of understand how people make choices and then use that to and in some sense this is a public good that can help all of the modeling efforts that we do in this country. And in some for example, in the US there are this residential energy consumption surveys, manufacturing energy consumption surveys, etc., which can be a good model, but we could probably even improve on that to sort of understand behaviors and attitudes and where things are going in the future. If this is something that can be done, it would sort of and this would have to be a fairly large effort involving multiple organizations and someone doing the surveys and things like that. And we've been advocating for something like this, which can really help sort of inform models, incorporate some of these aspects. And as I had mentioned yesterday, the incorporating uncertainty, especially when some of the inputs that models are taking do provide certain sort of confidence ranges, incorporating them in a systematic manner and using them to then contextualize the model outputs would be it would be good to have mechanisms and techniques to be able to do that in a so that everyone understands what other models are saying. And then finally, as was mentioned, no single model can help understand all these problems. So linking models is also an important aspect which we hope to work on in the future. Yeah, thank you.
Ritu, if you could check.
Yeah, so I think a lot has been put in context by all the morning speakers. What I wanted to add again is that when we are talking about state-of-the-art modeling, I mean, we don't stop anywhere, right? It's a constantly evolving kind of a space. And if I go back 30 years, sort of the period that I've been modeling, I think also the way that we have been looking at scenarios in IPCC, that has also changed. We had the stress scenarios earlier. At some point, I think the understanding came about in terms of these not being able to represent well enough the socio-economic understanding within those scenarios, and then the SSPs evolved. So again, that was a step up in terms of how you could build in the representation of shared socioeconomic understanding within scenarios and within models. At some point, again, I think it was more of interest to know what you need to do in terms of energy system models. And therefore, you were trying to find out whether a fossil heavy system vis-a-vis a nuclear system vis-a-vis a RE system, what was better? And the question was the what. And again, I think today we are standing at a juncture where we have better understanding of the what's, but we are asking about the how's. So I think this evolution, in a sense, also determines what your state of art needs to be and what you need to keep throwing inside your boundaries. Uh, that said, again, a model is a representation of reality. It can't be a perfect mirror image of reality because it becomes too complex. So I think what we are talking about is the ability to match the granular with the global, to match the different kinds of actors and the kinds of things we are hearing about constantly over these sessions, behavioral aspects, the sort of distributional aspects, the technology profiling. I mean, again, if I look at the way we would look at past data, I think one would always have said as a statistician, you have to look at 30 years data in the past to look 30 years in the future. I mean, is that how we are seeing our trends of some of the things evolving? Maybe not. I mean, the dynamics has changed so much in the last 5 years for some things that if you actually, look at that data for 30 years, it may put you off track. However, in case of other things like climate, of course, you need to look at hundreds of years of data. You can't look at 2 years and say something is a trend that you expect, right? So, I mean, I think there is a lot of complexity in the way that we need to handle each of these elements within state-of-the-art modeling, as I may call it. And we are therefore talking about multiplicity of models at local levels, at subnational levels, at national levels, regional levels, and global levels, coming together to give you the best kind of a picturization of what is out there, what messages and key directions you're getting out. And that, again, I would like to emphasize that models give you directions. They don't give you an exact number to say, this is what you need to do. And if there is enough directional synergy between different kind of models, I think you're good enough. But I think you need to be able to take all those linkages to the best of your abilities and bring them together. So I think over time we have built in some semblance, again, if I may bring in the aspect of equity from into the global models by putting in as much representation of decent standard of living for India or a growth path in lifestyles for India into those global models when we linked our national to the global. But to say that there's a granular detail in the global model finally in terms of the distributional aspects, and it will answer how a person from the lowest income group will move to the highest income group and what the implication will come out of the global model? Absolutely not. So I think that there you need another kind of a model to be able to say, well, there are likely to be implications, and that comes out of your macroeconomic model, not a energy system model. And then maybe you also need a system dynamic model or agent-based model to say, well, if there's going to be difficulties, how do you handle that? What makes it work, and what do you tell policymakers to do to be able to solve the problem? So, it's a system of models, not a model which is the best or globally best model. Also, some of the discussions we've had, I think, over yesterday and today are in different ways talking about what I call the second best option. At some point, again, when we were looking at what choices, we were looking at cost optimization models and saying, well, this gives you the least cost, so this is the best for India. sure, I mean, it is the least cost, but there may be a second best least cost, which gives you more bang for the buck. Because when you start building in your co-benefits and co-costs, you get benefits on health, you get benefits on better competitiveness or something which outweighs the delta X that you have as the marginal cost of the second best option. So I think the need to look at ways and means beyond what an optimization model throws out is also as important. We talk about it as a multi optimization or whatever you want to call it, but we are essentially talking about looking at other co-costs and co-benefits trade-offs and putting that into our understanding before going to a decision and saying, well, this is the best way to go. So I think I'm going to stop with that for now. Come back.
Thank you, Ritu. Aman?
Yeah, thanks a lot. So actually last night I was thinking what would be a good way to start the presentation. And I wanted to actually start with some sort of a provocation, and what would be a better provocation than reading the economic survey of 23-24. And it goes something like this, and I'll just quickly read it. It says, since the last economic survey was written, there has been no dearth of conferences, meetings, and summits dedicated to climate change. It continues to dominate policy and other discourses around the world. It provides a ready-made topic for think tanks, experts, and policy wonks to appear suitably concerned. However, the world is realizing what experts and policymakers advanced nations are resisting, that the current approach is flawed because it engrows trade-offs. And I think while reading this, what immediately came to my mind is, have we done actually all of us who have been modelers here, have we done a good job at providing useful information for policymakers? Because what they're clearly saying, it says, particularly the Ministry of Finance, who is in charge of this, is that probably we have sold the opportunities too much, and we have not really highlighted what are the trade-offs of the transition. And of course, the report then goes on saying that how a lot of industrialized countries have also backed down at some of the slightest disturbance to the economy, and so on and so forth. So the first point for my presentation is that there has been a significant lack of studies which has essentially been looking at net zero decarbonization pathways for India. I mean, there are only 3 studies since 2021, November 2021, when the India's net zero goal was announced. And there have been some systematic reviews which have actually looked at what kind of decarbonization pathways exist for India. Interestingly, Durga et al. In their 2022 paper, and this is a figure on the right, they analyzed 4 years worth of papers, finding 34 papers which were kind of India specific. And they say the same thing, that there are only very few modeling studies out there which have actually looked at like deep decarbonization pathways for India. This figure on the right actually also shows you that in most of these figures, most of the scenarios, they've essentially just looked at increasing energy emissions consumption for India, and there are very few, in fact, which have looked at what are the implications going forward that India goes net zero. Now, what I tried to do, again, something last night, was think about, well, these are the 3 papers which are focused on India right now, what we have in the community. And on the left are actually a series of topics that were discussed yesterday. So going from fiscal implications, the nexus implications, because I think that's how also you structured the whole conference. And what you see in a lot of this, I will not go into each one of them, is that a lot of implications, development related considerations are essentially missing in these reports. Now, of course, this is not that the authors themselves were not, they didn't think these were important, but often how energy models, even if you look in the past, how they have evolved, is they have tried to answer the immediate questions of the policymakers. And because all these authors are very intimately kind of connected to the policy discourse, these were the questions being answered right now at that moment. The most recent paper actually, that's why, has some sort of more nexus implications on food, water, and biodiversity. But the bigger message out there is, in fact, that if you look at India's decarbonization pathways, they are focused more on an energy aspect, on a power aspect. They're kind of very technology focused and technology heavy. Now, what I've also tried to do is prepare a sort of a state of art in energy models to bring development related kind of trade-offs and challenges. And this is my own list. This is not even peer reviewed. This is something that I just decided based on the knowledge and experience that I have. So there are a few things which have clearly been done to some extent. So a good example of that is our own model, which is GCAM CW. We split India into 29 states, and then the main idea was to explore the granularity that exists between the different states of India. So once you are saying, okay, India is going to net zero, which are the states which are taking more burden? What does the transition, how does it look very different from state to state? Because often right now, we know that the net zero considerations and challenges, they will go to a subnational level. And then the question will be, how do these net zero pathways look different for each of the states? Because they have, widely divergent like historical consumption as well as capabilities. There have been some work relating the modeling to energy models to employment, but again, this has been very limited because it's only focused on energy employment. And the models here I'm talking about are basically energy economic models. I'm not talking about other CGA type models. Health-related pollution impacts have also been done. However, it's slightly, in the policy circles, it's still not widely accepted, the results coming from this model. It's not that something like this has not been done, but the takers on the policy side, especially on this, has been limited. There has been some ongoing work at CW where we are looking at water energy nexus, looking at competition of water, agriculture, energy for biofuels, bioenergy, competition of land. But you also see that there's a big list of all the things that we haven't managed to do. Some of the discussions yesterday looked at, are we looking at energy in a more holistic perspective? For example, are we looking at mining? We are saying, okay, we need all these new resources that are going to come for batteries. Are we then looking at the mining implications for this? Because of course, we've already talked about the implications of coal that has on communities. So are we also looking into that? Distributional impacts and equity. So some of this work has already been done to some extent in the global models, but it still needs to be carried forward to India-specific models. Again, macroeconomic fiscal impacts, very important. Mr. Subhan Berry was here yesterday talking exactly like something like this. Given the limited financial resources we have, where is the bank, or the second best options, as Ritu was talking about. In the second best options, what are the other kind of, do we focus more on adaptation, on mitigation, compared to the fact that given that we have so many damages? Then circularity and waste is also a very emerging topic, which can also better tell us, the trade-offs and challenges in a net zero world. So my last slide is basically saying what are the the second last slide is the limitations of approaches of these approaches. So I think we still need to understand on what is the priority, on what we should model or what we shouldn't model. And a lot of this indication comes from policymakers, because the history of integrated assessment models is actually driven by questions that the policymakers have imposed on the scientific community. So that's point number one. Second is, should we model whatever we can? Because if we start modeling everything, then we have a hard time keeping track of uncertainties or assumptions, as also been said before. Sometimes, then there are, of course, challenges in integrating diverse discipline. There's limited access to data. In fact, when we were disaggregating GCAM at a state level, we had a hard time finding data at a state level, just looking at the energy balance. If you want to do, let's say, for your base year, incredible difficulty in kind of trying to gather that data. And the last point is, how do we bridge the gap between model outputs and actionable policy recommendations? I mean, can we make our models so complex with so many different interactions that ultimately when we go to policymakers, we cannot give them the kind of clarity that they often seek from the scientific community? So this is the last slide, basically summarizing what I've said. There have been limited studies exploring India-specific low-carbon development pathways. Scenarios need to look at widely diverging development or outcomes and not only emission outcomes. And that we actually need a number of methods, a number of models, which also what Ritu echoed before. And models alone cannot cover all that sorts of development. So this is why it's very important that we actually need a whole dialogue which not only centers around numbers and like quantify everything as much as possible, but also a wider discourse using more experts who have had experience in this field. So I will end here. Thank you.
So as an academic who, I mean, in Rangan's words, are you a modeler or are you a policy? I'd like to think I'm a little of column A and a little of column B. But I think what I hear is there's much more work to be done ahead. Can I ask the organizers how much time we could take? 10 minutes? Okay. Including the Q&A from the audience. Okay then. I'm going to just have 3 questions that are open to everyone, or 3 clusters. First, I'm going to open with a very simple and obvious one. What's different? If you look at India vis-a-vis the rest of the world, obviously every model should be context and local specific in general. That's a truism. But what specifically is relevant or different? And linked to that, how do you see two-way learnings either from India to the rest of the world or vice versa? Open.
Okay, I'll take.
And everyone doesn't have to answer every question. So,
yeah. So I think India's unique path is because of its growth while trying to decarbonize, which is what we heard yesterday also in, I think, one of the presentations, that if you've already sort of reached a peak, it is a different category of models, and if you are still to reach the peak, it's a different way to go. So I think building in that growth path and the trade-offs that you have with growth, that is the big differential. And we don't have examples of the past to learn from, therefore. The second bit is the diversity. I think we heard a lot about this as well. So, I mean, looking at what the implications will be on people, livelihoods, that is a big difference.
Thank you.
Just to add, I think just to add to the diversity point, I think for example, if you're looking at the building stock, the diversity in the building stock is very high. If you're looking at employment, there's organized, unorganized employment. That is same with enterprises as well. So that is a big part. And the other thing I was thinking was what is different is the developmental challenges are also significantly higher. So that's another thing that's perhaps different.
Maybe I can quickly add from very recent experience when we were actually modeling transport for the state of Gujarat. The experience that we had there was a lot of the models and if you look at the equations, how they're built in, because they're based on papers, which are again based on data, which comes mainly from OECD countries. So the question is, are these models then actually capturing enough variables which decide how will, for example, transport demand and the different transport mode in the future? I mean, of course, that has been done to the best of their knowledge, but for example, road density, and the fact that amount of two-wheelers we have, looking at all those considerations, these are sometimes not actually correctly represented in a model. So you can't say, okay, I mean, while looking at transport, I realized we do not even have enough papers which are actually commenting upon what is the saturation level. For example, these Gompots-like functions that we use in transportation, there are only 3-4 papers on transportation. How does the future of transportation look like India? And what is the saturation level at an India level? And what are the factors which will determine how much a kind of car or private ownership you will have for 1,000 people? So just like this makes it uniquely Indian.
Thank you. Second sort of cluster of quick questions is really about, you talked about boundaries. I think it's a very important point. How much in our work do we leave as exogenous, and how much should we be internalizing? And in an Indian context specifically, government policy is a much bigger deal than in many of the Western countries, which are a little more market-oriented. The usual buzzword or catch-all, political economy, how do you put that in? But it's even something simpler than that. Just the political/policy choice of how do we do GST rates can have ginormous implication on behavioral aspects, aspiration. I mean, you look at vehicles. The same vehicle, if it's electric, has a 5% GST rate, or it's got a 48% GST plus cess rate if it's an internal combustion engine. Now, don't tell me that that doesn't make a difference. So where do we, how does that fit into our modeling efforts? How should we deal with these issues?
I think often in whatever alternative scenarios you are exploring, you always like to compare with the counterfactual. And the question then is, and you can always build scenarios around it. So if you assume that this, the cost structure will be the same, then well, in the reference scenario, it's also taxed in the same way. So, you're always looking at alternative scenarios to decarbonization in relation to the reference scenario. So in this case, you might just assume that the cost structure, the subsidy will be the same. If you think it will be different, then you can also change it. So accordingly, then let's say your cost of production, or the cost of ownership might change. But to some extent, cost points are actually much more easier to capture than some other political economic constraints that you mentioned.
Again, I think the boundary depends on the question. So if the question was, asking you to make scenarios to see, what you're likely to get, you would do it differently. If the question was directly to say, how do we, sort of get this kind of vehicle to sort of, apply more than the other or be used more than the other, I think you would necessarily play with your costs. You would play with several other factors which would change behavior, and you would look deeper, and you would do multiple scenario sensitivities, which would bring in the tax bit, the changes in GST, everything into play.
Sure. To build on your closing point, Amit, how do we intersect, I wouldn't say integrate, policy versus the feedback or learnings from the models? So how do we make our work more accessible to decision makers? Now, decision makers like simplification to the extent that all of us sort of bang our head against a wall because nuance and trade-offs are important. They oversimplify. But how do we handle that tension? Because we're not even, quite frankly, I'm going to be a little provocative. I don't think we're even engaging enough within the modeling community. So where are we yet to try and engage? And here I don't mean the people in the room per se, but I mean modeling to go beyond a transport modeler vis-a-vis an energy modeler vis-a-vis a land. We have someone talking about land, we have employment, so many other expertise, but those are rarely put together except in some models that are by design top-down that incorporate. So how do we make them accessible, but that feedback loop to government decision-making, which is very rapid, short fuse, and often reactionary? Thoughts?
I can start. I think the problem is not just about the model outputs being communicated appropriately to the policymakers, but also for policymakers to sort of understand what are the strengths and limitations of models and what to take from the model outputs and how to use that into policy making. I think it's probably both have to go hand in hand for progress to be made. So I feel that perhaps there is work to be done in sort of getting to a common understanding of what are models capable of informing and what they are not capable of informing.
So I think this is something one has been mulling on for quite some time, but I'll start with saying, I think most of the people in this room or the ones we are in touch with as modelers are centrally energy system modelers. Stretch it a bit, we do CG or macroeconomic or economic modeling. I've, for some reason or the other, been thrown into pools of security modelers. I knew nobody in the room, and these were army men, intelligence people, Navy people. It's a completely different set of modelers. At some point, one was working on the environmental input-output models for the sake of looking at food security with one of my PhD students. The central point was food security. And the angst there was that, the energy system modelers just don't look at the water withdrawals. There's no data on what happens if you set up an industry near where the water withdrawal is going to increase. So I think it's communities of different kinds of modelers who exist, but we don't talk to each other. So I think we are all saying the same thing. I think there are many multiple groups which needs to expand to cross-connect the different kind of stakeholders and people who might have better data, better understanding of these things, which needs to come together. And the one aspect which I now find interestingly more and more important to connect is finance, which we're going to talk about tomorrow in the half-day session. So please do join if you can. But I think there again, while we are looking at macroeconomic models, CG kind of models, I think we haven't spoken enough and discussed enough in terms of what and how you do to monetary policy, fiscal policy, and so on. And I think we need to start engaging there as well.
Thank you. In the last minute or so or two, open it up to any questions from the audience. Soren?
Hi, very interesting insight. Thank you. Just a quick question to all three of you, maybe. Have you ever considered in your modeling paradigm the intersectoral dynamics while doing scenario for net zero?
Short answer is it's an aspiration. We have not yet done it, but I know others have done it, like using input-output models and other methods.
I think that's a longer conversation that needs, because of the equilibrium expectation and path dependency issues. So let's, but it's a great point. And is the consensus that no one has done it in the manner sort of that you were alluding to? It's just maybe CG or IO models?
I guess you bring it into the narrative in a sense, in some ways, but you're picking from literature or from other models that you might have done. You don't hard link or very detailed soft link it always. Depends on the exercise.
Yeah, and I think, at least in all where price is endogenous in these models, you already do get, in fact, that's the main advantage of having where the price emerging is endogenous, is that you can find interlinkages between widely different sectors. If electricity prices or electricity demand increases in one sector, what happens to other sectors? So if this is what you mean by interlinkages, I think they haven't been explored in the net zero form in much detail, but the models are capable, at least that's what I think.
Unfortunately, we are beyond our time, but hopefully other sessions or times will come for discussion, and it only proves that we need to have more engagement, interaction, and richer continued discussions. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks especially to the speakers in the morning session. We now will break for coffee, but with a twist. We have Professor Sonia Klinsky visiting us, and she's associate professor at the Arizona State University. She's thought very, very deeply about issues of equity across various contexts, including modeling. And she will be leading a discussion on how we can think better about integrating equity in modeling. So grab a cup of coffee and maybe take a short restroom break, and then head over to the Marigold room, which is on your right, on your left, on sorry. Yeah, on your right. Yeah. Just go. Oh, Marigold is this way? Oh, you can't. Okay. All right. So we all go this way for the discussion. And we'll have a half an hour slot for coffee with a twist.
Our next session is on energy access and livelihoods through the transition, challenges, opportunities, and research gaps. For this session, I'd like to invite Dr. Harish Hande, the founder and chief executive of Selco Foundation. He's a renewable energy entrepreneur with over 25 years of grassroots experience in meeting the energy needs of underserved populations. He's also the founder of Selco, a pioneering last mile rural energy enterprise based in India since the early 90s. Dr. Hande was also conferred the Ramon Magsaysay Award in recognition of his vision to catalyze development outcomes via sustainable energy. If Dr. Hande could please come on the stage.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for inviting, and Ambuj, thanks so much for this, because I was thinking, I just wanted to tell you, I'm more confused now. I'll tell you why. Because as I was telling, I'm part of the board now of Selco India, which is now completing 30 years. And our strategy for next 5 years, and we were looking at livelihoods. How do you relook at livelihoods? One of the biggest challenges is the disparity of the thinking between Delhi and rest of India in terms of the grassroots, the policy making. Just a few very simple example is, while we are talking of energy access and livelihoods, there's a big disconnect between the way the policies are even learned, not framed. Forget the framing. I'm just saying the learned. It's not the implement. Like in the 1980s and the 90s, one should understand that the critical part of any livelihood to be taken up by the poor is financing. And many of the bankers in our country were agriculturists who joined banking. It was not the bankers who joined banking. So if you look at the rural RRBs, the Regional Rural Bank, the Karnataka Bank, the Canara Bank, the Syndicate Bank, all the traditional banks, all these GMs and everywhere were rice breeders, millet breeders. They knew the end user, that is the farmers, in and out cash flows. So Amut Sahab, last 3 weeks have been doing some exercise with our colleagues in Selco India, the sales guys, as well as the training institutes, to relook at, okay, if after lighting what, right? How do you look at livelihoods? And unfortunately, what happens is, if you look at the pyramid of people who promote livelihoods, actually doing the most complex job with the least number of tools. Can you imagine how many of us, very frankly, in this room, can actually go and sell a solar-powered roti rolling machine to a slum dweller in Delhi? None of us can. Usko kya Excel sheet dikhayenge hum? Ki instead of doing 200 rotis, you'll do 400 rotis. Do you have a financial product that matches the delta 200 rotis? Do you have a banker there to actually explain the delta cash flow, and this is the particular financial product that actually matches? The other question is, sir, aap to bolte hain, you tell us that instead of 200 rotis, 400 rotis, tell me the market where will I go and sell the extra 200 rotis? आप तो फोटो दिखा के फंडर को बोल दिए कि मैंने रोटी रोली डाल दी, right? Where is he or she? I mean, so the complexities. If I go to any of the training organizations in our country who train entrepreneurs and this or incubate, they are trainers to get them a job somewhere. They cannot train them to actually become an entrepreneur, because to become an entrepreneur, you need to train them in machine, the market, the complexity of market linkages, and the complexity of financing, which used to happen in the early 90s and the 2000s. Now, I'm telling in our sector, that is completely missing. And what has happened is we also confuse if all of us buy a house, not on a credit card, but we force the poor to buy solar-powered livelihoods on microfinance, which is equivalent to the poor owning an asset. None of us will buy an asset on high interest rates, low periods of 15 months. So there's a huge disconnect, and not with the government. There are lots of government policies that you can actually turn around. I'll give you two specific examples. There's a lady called Kang Aisha. You'll meet Ambuj. She's there in the failures conference. What she does is, she has created, for 50 households, she has created a silk weaving center with Eri silk that they do it in Meghalaya and Assam border. And to build the infrastructure of 6-7 Eri silk machine spinners, and then the 50 women have their individual cocoons in their own houses that deliver it to this central pot. They actually heat it and then they spin it. She took 35 lakhs from NEDFI, Northeast Development Finance Bank institution. 35 lakhs. And I saw the agreement. After 5 years, she has to pay 60 lakhs back. And हम लोग जितना भी policy यहाँ करो, right? Now to restructure उसमें, and it was written that if she doesn't pay, they will put a board position and take part of her organ. So हम लोग हंस रहे, what board position and what company they are going to take over? I said, might as well write it off in many ways. But the structure was 35 lakhs and 60 lakhs. These are entities that have been developed by all of us, all our policies. Same thing, 15th commission that is based out of has X amount of resources for PWD, people with physical disability. They have to have some sort of livelihoods. They get 35% subsidy, 15% interest discount. Many of the appliances are not designed for people with physical disabilities. So what do you have it for? Right? If I look at silk weaving, roti rolling machine, everything, 60 to 70% of the time when I'm designing the cash flow, the problem is I have to put more solar because the machines are inefficiently designed. So because they're inefficiently designed, they have to take a larger loan for solar, and it doesn't make economic sense actually in the cash flow, right? Tell me one institute in this country that actually has a complete different portfolio of efficiency of appliances for the poor livelihoods. Not a single. Because it's sexy enough to talk on an app to work on, but not sexy enough to work on a silk weaving machine efficiency. Or a roti rolling machine, or anything that the poor use in terms of rice threshing. On top of that, tell me where are the training, because none of us are capable of training. So who is going to train the rural entrepreneur that you're going to make a market? This is what you have to go to the bank with a loan product, and then talk to the banker that this loan product needs to be given. None of us are qualified. Where is the next generation of human resources to bridge that practical gap? And Ambuj, I've been breaking my head of the last 3 months because that's the delta that Selco is trying to look at. Where are the resources? There are no in terms of content. Training aaya tha, how to fix a wire. How do you actually systems thinking lens that am I able to have in the same room an end user, a banker, a technology guy, myself, together designing a loan product that matches the end user and the market linkages. What am I going to tell the end user? The market linkage that instead of 200 rotis, you can sell 400 rotis somewhere else. It's not taught. How will you have training? That's why I didn't have a PowerPoint. How do I put these points in a PowerPoint? Right? So irrespective, and that is where the beauty of a country like ours is that if we are able to crack those, efficiency of appliances, design of services, re-looking at technology efficiency, appropriate financial product for different from 50,000 rupees to 3 lakhs, we become the center of innovation for the world. The livelihood opportunities in Meghalaya, Manipur, Mizoram is what Tanzania, Brazil, and Mali can copy. What you do it in the lower plains of Assam is what you can do in the flood side, the resilient livelihoods that we speak about, that we can do it in the Philippines. But the pieces of the puzzle are not coming together. And when I see the papers that come out of Delhi in terms of everybody, it just doesn't make. And that's why I was joking कि मैंने एक भी paper पढ़ नहीं पाया 30 years में to run Celco. There's a big divide. And the divide has to come in if we have to really scale up. The cultural and the social norms of running an entrepreneurship, Bihar is very different to Kerala versus Meghalaya versus Manipur. How do you put those pieces into puzzle? Right? It is like the Konga Aisha ko hum log, we had to restructure one, but how do you then bring Konga Aisha, multiple of Konga Aishas, then you have the net fee, then you look at the RBI, then the NABARD, and pieces of the puzzle to guarantee for such people who have no safety nets. So what happens if her one season she does not have castor for the Erie silk? Is there a buffering? No, she'll go into bad debt. Vijay Mallya can go to London. Right? Where will she go to? Where is her buffer? Where are those guarantees? I think somewhere we need to start looking at policies that we are all speaking about. How do you make part of it grounded? We can talk about trillions of dollars, trillions of kilowatts, kilowatt joules, but for what happens to the 700 million people who need that solution today? Because moment you have a gap of 18 months, that's why I say to my colleagues, every day we sit at 5 o'clock. If we have not done 2 more interventions, 5 more families go into poverty. That's a benchmark. So you come at 9 o'clock in the evening. If you have not done 2 interventions by 5 o'clock, 5 more families go into poverty. Is that what our role is? So the first question every review is that how many families went into poverty because of our inefficiency? So looking at energy access is not about just energy access and the numbers and putting it much the how do you bring in social context, the systems thinking design, and the practicality of everything that we do to some sort of a reality that needs to happen. Otherwise, the sector is getting too divided. Thank you. My time is up.
Our next speaker is Mr. Abhishek Jain, who leads the CEEW's initiative on energy access, rural livelihoods, and sustainable food systems, including Powering Livelihoods, a $3 million program driving clean energy solutions in India's rural economy. He had also helped co-conceptualize CEEW's Access Survey, India's largest study on multidimensional energy access. So if you could please come on the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Always a tough act to follow, Harish. But I'll try my best. And in a way, a lot of the questions that Harish has raised, I'll try to bring some hope to some of those questions in terms of what we can do despite all the challenges. I hope this is working. So I think many of you, not sure, have come across the latest state of affairs in terms of, yes, rural energy access has improved. I've worked on it for almost 14 odd years, and things have changed, but still the reliable supply, especially for economic activities, is not a given. Farm connections are still not there in many places. We have still reasonable dependence on diesel. And while energy is one of the inputs, in many ways it becomes a binding input for economic activity to happen. Any value addition that needs to happen in a local area, if energy is not there, the viability of doing it in the local area with diesel run gensets is very poor. It's sad to see like branded atta now finding its way into rural markets. Like you can find a Ashirwad atta ka packet in a rural market when it doesn't need to be there, only because we have created systems where centralized production is happening. And then we talk about transport emissions, by the way, from our energy modeling side, right? So the answer of that may not always lie in shifting to EV, but also looking at how our value addition is going to happen, what our production system going to look like. With that background, some solutions that have emerged, Selco has been at the forefront of guiding, innovating many of these solutions. From solar-powered cold storages to waste biomass-powered cold storages to multi-purpose food processors, highly energy-efficient machines which can do, like this single machine is so versatile that you can actually process 100-odd different kinds of horticulture produces in it, from making aloe vera juice to gajar ka halwa to extracting essential oils, all that happen in one single machine. 2 solar DC refrigerators, be it used in the fisheries value chains or a dairy value chain or in a regular Karyana store. Silk reeling machines that Harish was mentioning, solar powered charkhas. Solar dryers, they have been around for many decades, but I think in the last few years, they have really taken over in terms of enabling scale at the ground and enabling many livelihoods. A lot of interesting solutions around horticulture vendors. Some of them are even not any energy powered, they're just water powered. So you only need water and evaporative cooling around water to make sure that the moisture and the temperature remains at a level that that sabzi vendor or the horticulture vendor who is going to otherwise do a distress sale at the end of the day, because the produce is going to get spoiled, can now actually have a 2 to 3 days lead time before they do that distress sale, right? So that helps avoid a lot of the losses that otherwise happen. Micro solar pumps for small horticulture applications to vertical fodder growing stations, which are relevant for animal husbandry. Green fodder is a huge shortage in this country across the board. We have 80 million just bovine rearers, and then you have small ruminant rearers like goat and sheep, which are even more. So this becomes a solution where you're not having a land footprint while you're growing fodder for the animals. 2 solutions which avoid human-animal conflict. A lot of the stray animals and wild animals, as we fringe closer and closer to the forest areas, we are seeing a lot of the human-wildlife conflict emerging. Not everything can be solved, but some of them are getting solved through solutions which are either light-based, sound-based to reduce that human-animal conflict. Then solutions in fisheries value chain, how do you do recirculating, aquaculture systems, or floor milling, which is super efficient. So there are these few innovators and now entrepreneurs who have developed those otherwise not energy efficient solutions. Like if you look at the rural or even MSME machinery landscape, these are like 3 or 4 hubs in the country which have been dominating it, be it the Rajkot, Ahmedabad, Coimbatore, Ludhiana, and so on. And energy efficiency was never demanded from these designers or manufacturers because you were always trying to operate in an unreliable grid. So you were oversizing that, okay, pure din ka throughput, the entire day's work I get done in a few hours. So you had oversized, inefficient solutions which were in the market because the market never rewarded energy efficiency. But the moment you bring solar into the picture, batteries into the picture, energy efficiency becomes amazingly important for the economic viability. What made solar home systems viable was not necessarily reducing cost of solar, but actually the switch from CFL to LED, which suddenly reduced the battery size and the solar panel that was needed, right? So that's the power of energy efficiency that Harish was also mentioning. In India, we have about 500,000 of these livelihoods enabled, like these solutions already on the ground. A big chunk of this, again, from the government programs in the form of solar pumps that has happened. But other than that, the civil society, private sector has enabled some of the livelihoods. We have seen actual increase in income of about 70% of these users, about 30% increase in income from their baselines. We see other agency improvements happening, social agency improvements happening. But more than that, we also see a huge potential for many of these solutions. Just 12 of these technologies can actually impact about 37 million livelihoods, right? India has about 120 million farmers. So just to give a context, this is a reasonably sized number. And as Harish was saying, that this is not easy. You and I cannot do this. Most of the users who need this are not aware about these technologies. Even if they come across a online video or through some trade fair and so on and so forth, they need assurance that yes, this product would actually work for my needs and so on and so forth. They need to actually see it, feel it, and experience it. Even if they have experience, they don't know who to reach out to get this product. Even if they know that, they very often are not going to have the kind of cash that these technologies need upfront, because you're paying for the next 25 years of electricity on day zero, right? So you are looking at end user financing, and that's where the banking piece becomes very, very critical. And yes, even after you have adopted it, how would you ensure that this is actually going to increase income? Whether it is a breakdown that is happening, then someone needs to service it, or whether it is, if I've added value to the product, now where do I sell it? The market linkage piece. Of course, some solutions do not necessarily need a market linkage. Those are slightly easier to get adopted. A solar pump, for example, or even a refrigerator, because your customers are already there. But in many other solutions, you are also trying to solve for that market linkage. But then there are questions that ecosystem stakeholders ask. Right? A financier is not even aware about these technologies. What is the payback? What is the viability? How do I then create that financial product that Harish was mentioning? There is not enough conversation, dialogue happening. And you cannot even create a financial product based on the technology itself. Let's say you think of a solar cold storage, and a financier says that, okay, I can come up with a financial product for this. The viability of that cold storage is not dependent on whether it is solar, but it is actually dependent on what you are going to store in it. If you're going to store potatoes, the viability is not even a 6 years payback. But if you're going to store lemons, you might get a payback in 2 years itself. So the financial product actually varies with the context. And that, I mean, if someone of you have ever worked with the financiers here, they take 6 to 8 months or sometimes a year before they come up with a financial product. And then you're asking them now that, okay, this has to be changed context to context. So unless that digital innovation that we were discussing in the last session actually be brought in here, that, okay, on the ground that the person who is going to sanction the loan or the person who is actually interacting with the user is able to give a product which is fit for the purpose in this particular context, we're not going to see the scale through the traditional banking approaches. Then there are channel partners, like innovators and entrepreneurs have developed these products. They don't know how to take it to the market. So who are the rural distribution players with whom you can work? We are working with many of these. I'll just give you a quick idea about what kind of solutions we're working on. And then policymakers, you go state after state, they would be like, we are not seeing these solutions work. We have not seen the demand coming from the ground, and so on and so forth. But that goes back to the problem. End user is not aware. We have not gathered data at a scale to actually show that, yes, these work. And anecdotal stories are not good enough. So we started doing some of this about 5 years ago to see how we can solve some of these critical challenges, from various kinds of innovations to do and generate awareness, from working with social media influencers which have a particular reach in rural areas, like a farming leader with many million followers on YouTube and Facebook, to getting some of these users to speak to the highest levels of decision makers in the country. Some of the users of these technologies have spoken to the finance minister, the MNRE, the new renewable energy minister, and so on and so forth, so that they actually start realizing what kind of value these solutions are adding, including our power minister and so on. But then you need to also get these experiences going with the users through actual demo champions getting created. Existing users in the community are actually becoming the champions for the new set of users who are likely to be adopting these solutions. Doing hyper-local events with the state governments, with the state rural livelihood missions, for the women self-help groups and so on, at least helps bridge that awareness to assurance to accessibility gap. And accessibility also through the rural distribution channel partners. We have about 8 to 9 channel partners now across the board. Then on financing, very quickly, we launched the first P2P financing for these solutions in India, where instead of those microfinancing rates of 24, 26%, these end users are actually getting loans at 8%, 6.5% through Rangde. We have been working with some of the NBFCs, and interestingly, their confidence is building now over time. In the first round, they did a line of credit for one of our companies which does solar refrigerator, 1 crore of line of credit at 25% risk guarantee. So which means that if 25% defaults happen, those were to covered through a fund. Once that facility was used twice over, because the users already paid back for it and the next set of users got the loan from the same facility, they actually extended another facility now of additional 1 crore, but this time at a 15% default guarantee. So you're actually building that experience of the financier. They are becoming more confident of these technologies, and the end user profiles of these technologies and users of these technologies, so that they are able to reduce the risk perception and as well as on paper risk. But yes, a lot more still needs to be done. A lot of capacity building and training for the end users, and how do we institutionalize it within the government programs, be it RCT programs and so on and so forth. How do we enable more and more market linkage? So some of our entrepreneurs now double up to actually buy back the final value added produce from the users, so that user is not figuring out where do I sell that dried tomato or that dried rose petal and so on and so forth. And then also working with our sales channel partners to create the after sales service response, like the first level of response to the technology in terms of any service maintenance issues can be dealt by the channel partners themselves. And finally, I think a lot is happening in the space, but because each onto their own, we are not able to give that coherent large scale picture to the government that yes, this is needed at scale, this is actually generating impact at scale. And be it for actually not just government, be it for government, be it for policymakers as well, unless they see things at a reasonable scale, they feel like, okay, this is just some experiments going on here and there in pilots. So we do need to come together, I think, as a community to solve for evidence at scale. With that, let me close my remarks. Thank you.
So thank you. That was two extremely insightful and powerful sessions by our speakers. We will now break for lunch. Karthik has graciously agreed that we will not have a moderated discussion. And we will join back in 45 minutes. So 5 minutes before 1:30, so 1:25, because some of our speakers in the next session have their flights to catch immediately after, and we don't want them to lose their flights. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for your cooperation.
Unless they see things at a reasonable scale, they feel like, okay, this is just some experiments going on here and there in pilots. So we do need to come together, I think, as a community to solve for evidence at scale. With that, let me close my remarks. Thank you.
So thank you. That was two extremely insightful and powerful sessions by our speakers. We will now break for lunch. Karthik has graciously agreed that we will not have a moderated discussion. And we will join back in 45 minutes. So 5 minutes before 1:30, so 1:25, because some of our speakers in the next session have their flights to catch immediately after, and we don't want them to lose their flights. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for your cooperation.
Lunch, and maybe we can reconvene now. Take our seats so that we can begin the next session on urbanization and demand side transitions for mitigation and well-being, challenges, opportunities, and research gaps. Our first speaker would be Dr. Meenal Pathak, who is an associate professor and academic director at the Climate Institute at Ahmedabad University. Her research focuses on climate change mitigation actions in human settlements and their co-benefits and interlinkages with development. Currently, Dr. Pathak also leads the South Asia hub of the Urban Climate Change Research Network in collaboration with Columbia University. Professor Joyshri Roy is joining us virtually. I'll introduce her also. Okay. Professor Roy is currently the inaugural Bangabandhu Chair Professor at Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. Her expertise spans a wide range of critical areas, including modeling energy demand, economy-wide modeling for policy analysis, water pricing and quality demand modeling, sustainable development, coastal ecosystem service evaluation, and the energy policy of Bangladesh. Professor Roy also features in the documentary Juice, How Electricity Explains the World, which highlights the global challenge of energy access and development. So we'll begin with Dr. Meenal Pathak.
Good afternoon, everyone. Speaking on day 2 post-lunch is never easy. And my colleague Shoran has a flight to catch, so we are going to make sure we stay on time. But if we aren't, please let us know. Much of what I was going to say has been said, but I am supposed to speak about urban transitions. So I'm going to go through my slides anyway. The thing I learned, and this is not related to my presentation, is I think there is consensus in the room that modelers are not speaking to each other. We're not speaking enough to policymakers, and we're not speaking to other communities. And here I want to highlight the need to discuss, need for modelers to speak to urban policymakers and practitioners in the context of my presentation. So what I will do, I will focus on these 3 questions, and I will run through this very quickly. We don't have as much time, but what do we know about India's urban transitions in the context of what the event focuses on? How are we addressing this in research and practice? So where are the urban plans going, including the state plans? And what are the gaps and opportunities for research? So, okay, you can't see the maps here, but that's really not needed as much. But this is a view of the night lights data. And I don't need to speak to the room here, but that India's urbanization is complex. It's driven by a lot of factors, including historical, colonial, post-colonial processes, but socioeconomic, current social inequalities, and a whole range of, and like Ritu said, it's just not easy to model any of this, right? And that we know also that in India, urbanization happens because of many reasons, sometimes a combination of these, which would include urban growth rates, but it would also include migration within cities, natural population increase, or metropolitan expansion. And there's a continuum from rural to peri-urban to small cities to large cities to mega cities. And so the question really for this community is how do we look at options like mitigation options? How do we look at end-use demand and potentials of these options for these different types of cities? Would, for example, a shift to public transport deliver the same benefits for a large city or in terms of greenhouse gas emission reduction? And this is a map of night lights, and there's also different ways of classifying urban, but we'll probably not get there. The photo on the left is one on the left is illustrative mitigation pathways. I don't see K1 here, but there was in the IPCC's 6th cycle a list of options for urban areas, and I'll come to that later, including pathways for low demand, renewable energy, and shifting pathways. And the figure on the right, which is what Navroz also showed here, that Ambuj and a few others here in the room were part of, the shifting development pathways. So there's all this literature around, that development is an entry point, that climate actions have co-benefits. They have synergies with SDGs. We've also looked at a few of these synergies, and I'll come to that. And Harold's paper talks about how when you combine urban policy packages with multiple objectives, you can get more out of those actions. And we'll talk about some of those as well. For example, does urban density enable jobs? And how do we look at that in the context of large cities? And then there's the decent living standards literature that Shoran will talk about. So here's on the right, the photo of 2 different types, the satellite image of 2 different types of settlements within the same city. And we know that energy use patterns differ. And we talked about heterogeneity and granularity. And as far as I understand, there isn't enough research on the local scale of finer resolutions. So if we don't understand the current energy patterns today, then how are we going to model it? On the left is a list of mitigation options. So we know what the options are. We don't know where they work, how they work, and how they impact people. So there's everything from fuel switching to building energy efficiency to construction material substitution. So how do we incorporate these demands into energy models? And we were speaking about adaptation, and in cities, it's really where adaptation and mitigation intersect a lot. The IPCC scenarios meeting also identified There are a lot of research. A lot of urban research is happening through case studies. So there's a whole lot of case studies for European cities and American cities and a few for Indian cities as well. But there are missed cities and regions where there is just nothing. Like, if I ask this room, what is the fastest growing city, you'd probably come up with a few names. But, in India, the fastest growing city is Hosur. And one wouldn't imagine. So if you look at the growth rates of some, they are increasing at double-digit growth rates. And some are actually, from the Nightlights data, there's a paper that shows that some cities are actually shrinking. So urbanization is not very simple. And in the model that, as I understand the models, it's one number. So we got to do a little bit better than that. And we are all responsible. These are graphs from the Gujarat Net Zero study that Aman showed, and Aman is a collaborator on that study. And we learned a lot in this 1 year. One, that this was a project where we actually interacted with policymakers. And we found out the hard way that there is a disconnect between what we are doing and what they need. So, we demand growth is not surprising to us. But for Gujarat, we found that, for example, residential floor area will increase 4.5 times from current levels, and commercial floor area 10 times. At that level of demand, how do we get to net zero? And it's not really, Kaveri was speaking yesterday that the planning and actions development oriented, but it's really not. It's growth oriented. The priority is growth, not really development, because development would mean that a lot of people get what they need. But I don't think so. The problem with this, and Aman and his team also did a great job modeling this, but the thing is we are all still working on these demands with elasticities, which are measured where literature exists at the national level. Sometimes it's very old papers that we're using. So I think modeling demand and how different groups will need these services is really important. So we all agree that there is a shift needed. Whether that shift is transformative or incremental, what is that shift? What are the examples of that shift in urban areas? So we tried to do this, and this is the work of one of our PhD students. I won't go through this whole slide, but on the left, we actually modeled buildings for Ahmedabad, types of residential buildings. So there were 7 typologies. Then we did a trend analysis of buildings from 1965 and how they've changed over time. So are we going from independent houses to mid-rise buildings to high-rise buildings? And what does it mean for material demands? Then we constructed scenarios, and then from those scenarios, we fed that into a model, and we found out that steel demand changes and cement demand changes. But this exercise took a PhD student a 1.5 years. And answering to the equity question, it's really challenging. And I do agree with Karthik's point that sometimes the funding, the objective is energy related. And while we all agree that equity is important, I think we just need a dedicated equity-based research which uses development and equity as a starting point and not the other way around, because what we are really trying to do is energy modeling and net zero first, and then equity is an implication of the model. So anyway, it depends on the scenario construction, of course, but it's still challenging. Navroz is again not here, but speaking to Ambuj, that we still have a lot of literature on the co-benefits of mitigation actions, not the other way around. I am not seeing that literature. The co-benefit is one way, it's the tail that wags the dog. We've ourselves done this, and when you throw these numbers at the model, it gives you these results of PM 2.5 savings for electric vehicles, 85% over time. But actually, when you connect this to health, then there's a challenge, right? How does that PM 2.5 intersect with human health? And therefore, you need separate health study. But we're not doing that. So the co-benefits we're doing is just air quality and translated into health, well-being, etc. And speaking to others in the room, we didn't do enough about land. There's hardly anything on biodiversity impacts. And on employment, which we found out is a really priority area for policymakers. So where are the jobs, and how do these actions translate into jobs? We did that for Gujarat, but we used a proxy for India. We only did the energy jobs, fossil jobs versus non-fossil jobs. So I think we really need to go within the cities and understand. There's even fewer work on trade-offs in cities. So when you build a metro, people have to be displaced. And how do you then, if you actually want to do that and understand and minimize those trade-offs, it takes a lot of time and effort. And while we understand it, it's not easy to do, and therefore it's not done to the extent that we'd like to. So, yeah. This is the Bangalore figure from the Bangalore plan. So this is the best plans are doing. They're identifying co-benefits of mitigation actions, but that's just an icon on the right. Nothing beyond that. I did not see that. These are plans, and I'm going to now rush through the slides. These are plans from 3 cities where these plans were made for net zero plans for cities. You see the scenarios are called BAU, Progressive Action and Net Zero for Ahmedabad. It's called BAU, an ambitious scenario for Chennai. It's called BAU, existing and ambitious for whatever, Bangalore. So these are just net zero plans. They are based on an accounting approach. There's hardly anything about development. So we think that development would be addressed. But if you look at these plans, the targets are like 40% green buildings by 2040. What does that green building term even mean? So yeah, it's not even done in planning, not just in research. And behavior and lifestyles is not captured at all. So this is my second last slide, I think. So on the left, I've listed the key mitigation options identified by the IPCC for urban areas. So you reduce energy and material demand, electrification, and enhance carbon uptake and storage. And on the right, you look at what we are discussing here, right? That it's about meeting human needs, that people need housing, people need to go to work, you need more transport options so people can go reach out to jobs that are not accessible right now. So at the intersection, what are those research gaps? So one is we probably need in India alternate scenarios of urbanization. How does a low-rise form address people's needs versus a high-density, high-rise, or different versions of density and urban form? We don't, Shoran will speak to it, but scenario narratives prioritizing well-being, which is related. Examples of shift in development pathways for sustainability for cities, like transport and jobs, or transport and housing. I already talked about this in co-benefits, but maybe quantification or monetized benefits might make a stronger case for accelerating action. I don't know, but I think that until we do it and speak to our users, we may not know that where is it that these options affect human health. And so this is my last slide. I'm also an author on the upcoming IPCC special report on climate change in cities, and there are 5 chapters on the right. The first one is framing, then it's current trends, actions and solutions, enabling conditions, and solutions by city types. So a lot of what we've been discussing at the conference is also the focus area of the report, and I've highlighted some bullets here. It talks about how you contextualize climate change within broader societal trends, how you look at future global city level scenarios, integrating mitigation, adaptation, etc. And I can tell you that there is very little literature for Indian cities by type for many of these. So a locked in Mumbai, for example, is very different from a locked in New York. And so there is just that diversity that we have to capture somehow. I haven't touched on any of the enabling conditions or governance challenges, which are also very, I think they make a big difference on how these plans are created, who makes these plans, who implements them, whether they are implemented or not, whether the cities have the capacities or financial resources to implement them, and whether urban policymakers are actually focusing on meeting needs of the city dwellers. But I will stop here. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Dr. Shoran Chatterjee, who is a lecturer in energy transition at the University of Plymouth, UK, specializing in energy transitions, impact assessment, sustainability, and climate change mitigation. His research focuses on building sector mitigation pathways and individual well-being modeling for net zero transitions. Dr. Chatterjee was also part of the core research team that developed the first global report on climate and sustainable development goal synergies for the United Nations.
Okay. Hello, Professor Roy, and hello, everyone.
it's kind of my job has been now been a bit easier after following Mrinal, because Mrinal has already answered some of the big question and touched upon some of the issues related to why we need demand. So you may find my title a bit odd, that is low demand with high well-being. Is it even possible? Because so far we have been talking about this dichotomy. And with our work, we are trying to see that indeed, can we achieve this? So this is exactly the plan for today's presentation. First, to give you a broader context, already in this audience, particularly, they are aware of this broader context that India is one of the third highest, actually, primary energy consumer. But this is not the single truth. Also, the fact is that within this primary energy consumption, most of it is still coming from fossil fuel. But despite being one of the highest primary consumer, what we are seeing that there is a substantial population within India and also in the global south, who are still struggling to meet the basic DLS standard. And this is something concern. And if we look into the data for it, we will see that's why when we dig down to the per capita level of energy consumption, we see that India's per capita energy consumption even below than the world per capita energy consumption. And that kind of shows that, we are dealing with a level of inequality here. So what we did, that's why we came up with try to answer two particular research questions. First is, how much energy demand can be reduced in the residential building sector by 2050 if the high efficiency demand measures can be implemented? And second is, to what extent can well-being be achieved through these demand measures? So these are the two simple questions we try to answer. In order to answer, what we did, basically, we first thought that instead of just jump and start building about new scenarios, let's try to see if we can find a wisdom within our existing models. So what we did, we formed a consortium consisting many vice person and myself, and try to see basically if we can accumulate some of both bottom-up models as well as sectoral IIM big models. And here we have used 6 different models under the EDITS network, which is coordinated by YASA and RIGHT and funded by Ministry of Economy and Trade Industry Government of Japan, and where we have found that by using this 6 model, first thing we tried to do is see if the existing policy framework and trends continues till 2050, what will happen to well-being and what will happen to energy demand of the residential building sector of India. Second, what we then did, that after understanding this existing reference scenario, we then try to see if we actually align all these 6 models, develop a protocol, and then try to see if we basically assume a high energy demand scenario, high energy demand measures, then what would be the demand and what would be the well-being. That's the simple method we followed. So first thing first, just looking into the reference scenario, which is aligned with SSP2 scenario. And you see we have used multiple models. This is the floor area data in front of you. And you see that in every model of us are actually showing a high trend in terms of increasement of floor area. So increasing floor area, as we know, that it should mean a good thing, right? That many people are then having to have access to shelter. So that should mean a sign of well-being, improved well-being, right? Let's not jump into conclusion, because we actually thought that this is the case, and then we dig deeper. What we saw is actually, along with this increase in floor area, there is a substantial increase in informal settlement floor area. And not only that, people who are living in this informal settlement, that is also has been increased. And this is, I'm talking about all 3 models within this 6 model are showing the similar trend. And that means that we cannot directly assume that increase in floor area will also lead to an increase in well-being. because there is an inequality. All of this, insights and data are documented and openly available. So this is published. You can see actually our paper, Balancing Energy Transition. You can actually find it online. Second is, the second end use I'm going to show you is actually cooling demand, which is very popular here. Okay. So thermal comfort. In thermal comfort, we again see a similar trend, but magnitude is much bigger. That is, we see thermal comfort would increase as high as around 400 to 800% compared to 2022. And most of the models showing this level of range, that there are difference in the numbers of model, and we intentionally use multiple models so that we understand how different methodologies can produce different results and why. And that is, again, another detailed discussion I'm not going to have now, but this is, again, documented in our publications. At the same time, we also see that this tremendous increase in thermal cooling is actually dominated by urban sector. And not only that, around 20% of the population will actually contribute to this significant increase of thermal cooling demand. And that's why this is something we need to consider. We need to ask ourselves that, is that the future we want? Now, then it comes to the wisdom. So at this point, after looking into thermal cooling data, Srihari is sitting here, he would confirm to you that we were kind of disappointed and almost losing hope. And then we look into the cooking demand. And we saw in the present reference scenario, if it continues, the cooking demand would actually go down. At the same time, the people who are having access to cooking will actually go up substantially high. So we wondered, how come? What has changed? We saw that this change is actually happening due to a policy called PM Ujjwala Yojana, which were introduced in around 2016 to 2018. It's still going, where actually clean cooking were given to BPL card holders, and many other providers are getting these LPG cylinders, clean cooking stoves at a very subsidized prices. As a result, we see that although access is getting increased, but energy demand is coming down. So there is high well-being with low energy demand. So our wisdom suggests that even if we look inside, there is a solution in front of us. So this is exactly then what we tried to do. We then developed a protocol for all the 6 models to follow. We actually identified the specific parameters of which of our models will follow in terms of DLS indicators, and we provide the DLS to every population. Then we try to see if we introduce the high efficiency demand, such as renovation rate, if we increase the renovation rate, if we introduce advanced new buildings, then we see that in urban area particularly, I saw that I'm just left with 2 minutes time, and for my own good, I should be finishing off soon. But I just want your attention at the extreme right-hand graph here. You would see that in high with low efficiency scenario, in urban area, energy demand is reducing at a highest income level, that is at Q5. That means that the inequality we are seeing, because this data is presented as per income group. So Q1 to Q5 for each of the income quartile. Q1 being the lowest income group, Q5 being the highest. And at Q5, we are seeing there is a substantial decrease in energy demand. And that is happening at the urban sector, because most of our buildings are concentrated in the urban sector, at least the high intensive ones. And this is what we are seeing. And as a result, what we again can conclude and confirm that this is very similar to what we just saw in the cooking case, that our energy demand scenario can in fact reduce energy demand, which will actually be in line with which will facilitate the net zero transition in case of India. At the same time, it will also improve the well-being of the people. So this is from our upcoming paper, which we are
actually under review and planning to submit in Nature Energy. So please do not cite this number, but feel free to refer. Once it is published, we are again planning to make it open access. So I'll be happy to share this with you. So now the last thing I will finish off with is we have been talking about co-benefit. What we need to understand so far, what we have seen in terms of reducing inequality, in terms of providing DLS, but DLS is the bare minimum. Right? It's the bare minimum of well-being. On the other hand, there are substantial co-benefit of this demand-side measure, and it is very well documented in both IPCC report as well as in other literature that demand-side measures provide much more co-benefit than the supply side. And supply side has a lot of uncertainties and high investment costs, which demand-side measures do not have. And here you can see just, 3 co-benefits which we are measuring now with YASA and few other colleagues. The energy import in terms of energy security, health, and employment. So these are the 3 co-benefits we are now presently quantifying for low energy demand measures for India and UK. Again, this is a project by Government of Japan, funded by Government of Japan and coordinated by YASA and RITE. So here, just to show you the primary result, just seeing the low energy demand implementation in Indian residential building sector, we see that substantial healthy life years can be saved by implementing these measures. How substantial? It's in front of you, around 600,000, and this is in terms of DALI, disability adjusted life years. And some of these DALIs are coming from actually saving from respiratory illness as well as lung cancer and cardiovascular type of diseases. So you could see and understand that these co-benefits can be quantified and should be quantified, and it needs to be related with some level of scenarios so that we can better understand and represent the full potential of those scenarios and measures. Again, this is from our upcoming papers, so please do not cite. But again, I will be happy to share this with you once it's published. Lastly, to conclude, I know my time is up. So very quickly, what we need to understand that high with low should be considered beyond energy and climate policy. It's also a development policy, because it also reduces the inequality, it improves people's life, and that's what matters. And this is something that's why we should not consider any demand side measure just only a climate or energy policy. So that is why many of our scenarios goes beyond climate targets and net zero transition pathways and talks about developmental impacts as well. So saying that, there are other conclusions I wanted to make, but I know my time is up and I really have a flight to catch. So if you have some broad question, feel free to reach out to me over my email. I'll be happy to answer. Thank you. Okay, yeah, we can have some questions.
Joyshri, I invite you, I'm Kaveri here, I invite you to maybe start the discussion. Maybe we can start with Soren.
Sure. Let me just, because I see that Soren has still time. He said that 2:30 he wants to leave. So I'm just taking advantage of that and then just saying that few things first. So what I wanted to say is that basically, I was hearing Ambuj yesterday, and he also said that we need to think that how we can find that core which really touches upon multiple objectives. And from that point of view, I would say that this demand side solution in IPCC report from 1.5 report through 6th assessment report throughout, we have shown that demand side solutions really has, as Minal has already said, Soren has also said, that has highest co-benefits, synergies, and has also, touches upon most of the well-being and the developmental aspects. So from that point of view, demand side solution really provides a unique opportunity to address both the well-being aspects, development aspects, and the climate benefit aspect. So that's why I think including demand-side solutions as one of the research focus is really important. Second thing, what I would like to say is that so basically what Shoron has shown that how you can build up in small steps also these scenarios. And Minal said that in urban areas there is really lack of such scenario building for demand side solutions. For me, because I know IIT Delhi is really engaged in a very serious modeling effort, so my submission is that when we are really talking about the demand side solutions and model building, what we really need to look at is that how we can look at economic development or growth by looking into providing access to affordable services which people need. People do not need just products, people need services. So it's not that people just do not move around, they are mobile just uselessly, right? Because they have either go to job, they go to medicine, medical shop or whatever. So they have a service demand. And for that service demand, they need these energy and material or whatever. So in none of the models, we saw that actually service indicators are included exclusively. We always think more in terms of supply side, how much energy, how to shift from fossil fuel to renewables, and all those details which we discussed yesterday, whether DISCOM can really play a role, how DISCOM can change. But we never talked whether DISCOM can play a very important role in shifting the load at the consumer end, because that will really be the service demand change. So I feel that our discussion really need to focus more on the demand side so that we can focus correctly that what people need. So keeping people at the center and just not the product production, which in economics we say that GDP production. So that is really important. And that's something which both Shoron and Minal showed by their co-benefits and synergies and what really needs to be modeled more. One thing which I want to say is that I'll come to exactly the point, but two things which I would like to say when we are talking about the demand side modeling, what we really need to focus at is that there are two aspects which we need to consider when we are trying to model the demand side. One is that in AR6, I mean, all the literature in science, scientific literature, and also in the assessment, it is very clearly said that 1% of consumers emit 15% of emission, and bottom 98% emit 45% emissions. We all are talking about equity, but can our models really consider how to reduce this disparity? One way may be how this 1% can reduce their demand. Can there be the change in demand at the top level so that the emission reduces? Because it's the 1% which really matters. So if we can reduce that, and there will be a lot of challenges of transition, but figuring out that transition challenge is the scientist's job. So I would say that we really need to see how we can model that, how that can be reduced. So Purnamita was saying yesterday that how sufficiency can be brought in at that level. So maybe that's what we are really talking about, sufficiency level. Can there be a threshold for sufficiency? And and that's something which we need to do both at the national level and I mean at the city scale also, so that we can know what is actually the total demand which we really need to meet. because we are planning for excessive demand. So we do not need to put our resources for meeting the excessive demand. So how much can be curtailed? Can there be a like load curtailment we talk about? Can there be a top 1% demand curtailment possible or not? And I think the scientists, we need to be bold enough to come up with that. We talk about DLS and people take it as a decent living standard. Okay, that is addressing the bottom 25% of the global population who are not having access to even hygiene, nutrition, and shelter. So for them, we can talk of the DLS, and that is fine. But then aspirational level and sufficiency level are some of the things that we really need to think of now, because AR6 has clearly shown what is DLS level and what is that. But then so really, we really need to contribute something which can influence the next assessment report. Second thing which I would say is that when we talk of demand side solution, oftentimes people feel that, oh, now all the responsibilities are shifting from the policy and all those to the consumer, and consumers have to take it. But if I don't know how many in the hall has really read all the chapters of IPCC report. I would request you, that's not a bad pastime, sometimes just do that. That would be really helpful. And what I would suggest is that there we have really shown that infrastructure, access to right infrastructure, access to appropriate technology determines how much we are locked in to high energy demand and how much we can really change. As Minal was saying, we can shift how much the development path can shift, because we might have locked in our development path by a particular technology choice and infrastructure. So that shift needs infrastructure and the technology. So we have shown actually that the infrastructure, the pure behavior change is really matters in case of dietary choice, but pure behavioral shift are less important compared to infrastructure and technology in other sectors like the transport and mobility, the building sector, and in the industry sector. So if we take these end-use sectors, there we really need to see what kind of infrastructure, what kind of technological shift or access are needed. And then we need to build those scenarios. So I would say that those are really important. But one thing is very clear, which all of you have said, models are only stylized facts. It helps us to get a overview of what can happen. But then we really need to look into the nuances, and that's the analysis. That's the analytics which we need to really build in, and which tells that, okay, if we have that scenario, how to achieve that. That will need real stakeholder consultation, and then how do you really move to the new scenarios? And what are the challenges? None of the literature says what are the challenges of the different scenarios. We all talk, Sheldon also said SSP2, right? Shared socioeconomic pathway 2. But do we ever talk about the challenges of SSP2 implementation in reality? We have not. So we are just following those things. Of course, we need to get our papers published, but also we need to produce more scientific knowledge and advance the scientific knowledge. So from that point of view, what I would suggest is that we really need to build now. If we build different scenarios, say for example, Minal was saying, Shoron was saying that how do we really build the city scale scenarios, right? So is it the established cities and new cities by that typology do we go? Or as Minal said that, okay, so can we have a very dense high-rise building type cities, and what kind of cities we are talking about? As she said, there are some cities which are becoming very less populated also. So these are the changes we need to think so that we can the model results can tell us some guideline for policymaker and city planners that what can be the futuristic cities and what can be the future planning. So otherwise I don't think we are really throwing more information. Second thing I want to tell you, I'm giving more comments rather than asking you all. So the other thing which I wanted to tell you is that Minal said that, and Shoran also said that there is less studies on the air pollution related health impacts and monetization. But I would like to tell you that there are actually many, say PM 2.5. So what is the impact on the health? These are quantified in environmental economics and for all the regions in all the countries of this region. And for Shoran, I would say the DALI number you were showing, the monetary value, this will be much higher for India if you take a high wage rate for these people. So it just not, these numbers are very much rooted to very low paid labor, right? So if they are paid at a higher rate, then these values will go very much. So if you say that these are the very minimum numbers which you are showing, that will be reflecting the disparity in the wage rate across different countries. That helps. And also another thing I wanted to say, when you said that energy use in food and cooking is declining, that is actually important to understand that that's a simple microeconomic theory of Engels' law, that food has our expenditure on food has a early plateau. So that's why you get this less. And for all of these services, we have a plateau. So we need to find out where is that plateau. And then we can have a, upper threshold where it is possible to reduce the demand. So for developing countries, of course, the demand will increase, but this rate of increase can be lower. So I think looking into not how much absolute energy consumption or material consumption can be reduced, but the rate of change in consumption of energy and material will be less for the developing countries, will be important. So I was just thinking that, yeah, I know I'm running out of time.
No, we've got about 10 more minutes for this session.
Yeah.
I leave it to you to decide when you want to allow the questions and
So what I would do is that, so with these comments on your presentations and for the rest of them, I just wanted to finish also. So I would say that it would be good to get some questions for the speakers from the floor, and I would request that. And if you have anything to respond to what I said, you can also feel free to respond to that. Thank you very much, Kaveri.
Thank you, Joshi.
No.
Thank you very much. Any questions from? Yeah, Navroz.
Thank you. I was actually here all the way through, fortunately for me. So I actually just want to come back a little bit on, I think the content of these presentations is really interesting and really important. And it's the kind of discussion we should be having. What seemed to be a subtext in all of this is, how do we make sure that these are the conversations that we have, as opposed to conversations about mitigation pathways and emissions pathways and so on and so forth, right? And in part, I sort of wonder whether, so we've talked about whether the co-benefits language opens the door to that. And Ambuj had a sort of a question about that yesterday as well, about whether that necessarily means that you start with mitigation and then it's the development co-benefits. And the IPCC definition is actually agnostic. Many of us work to try and make it even-handed. And the point is really, why aren't we just claiming the language that we think is necessary to make sure that that is what we ask? If we think that we've tried co-benefits and it's laden with this burden of sort of, it's a mitigation first story, fine, let's just ditch it. Let's use multiple objectives or whatever else it is. But what I'm finding is that even, for example, Meenal mentioned that Ahmedabad has done a net zero study. Why has Ahmedabad done a net zero study? Why are we using that language? Why are we internalizing this stuff, right? A net zero, India said by 2070, that means we're not even really, we're tracking, we're asking questions about those emissions pathways going 50 years. So let's figure out the language and let's appropriate it and let's use it consistently. If co-benefits doesn't fly, let's figure out something else. But Tamil Nadu is doing this. All these places are setting up net zero commissions. So I guess that's we all kind of know what questions you want to ask, but we end up being part of projects where we have to come in through the back door. So it's time for us to kind of come up with that language and frame it and ask the questions and insist that those are the policy relevant questions. It's more of a comment, clearly, not a question, but I welcome the observation.
Does anyone want to respond?
I can try, but I guess, Navroz, you could answer your own question because it's not an easy one to answer. I think a simple, short answer is that's the way funding is structured, and either. So the real life question is whether I would opt out of such a study because it doesn't. But the Ahmedabad, so that's why I put up the slides. That on the one hand, we say that for India and at the national narrative and the global narrative is that, CBDR, historical responsibility, we didn't cause it, they caused it, etc. But at the subnational level, we are actually agreeing to some of those things. The funding is coming to states and cities, and it is to develop net zero plans, and that's really short-term thinking. There's no discussion on trade-offs because it's no policymaker wants to highlight trade-offs in their own report. And so we are stuck in like you say, a warp on what do we do. And I was speaking to one of the modelers, actually Vaibhav, he's not here today. But he said, okay, so I buy this story and I agree with it. But how do you do that in a model? So maybe models is not the right way, or is it a really good scenario storyline that we should work at? And then find a way to model it. But I'll pass it back to you. I see that you're eager to say something as well, Navroz.
Yep, just quickly to add, Mrinal, you already know this, that IPCC in the last assessment report clearly mentioned that well-being needs to be central in this argument. So that could be itself a framing when we are developing new scenarios or, when are having this sort of conversation. So instead of just, talking about how much reduction we can achieve, we should also mention how many lives we can save or, how many lives we can improve. So that kind of needs to be in the streamline, I believe. And
a little bit of
that,
sorry,
just quickly, just wanted to say a big thank you to Joyshri. I almost felt like that I'm sitting in my PhD viva because so it's really appreciated, all the comments, well taken. Just related to the SSP2 comment, that's the only I would like to quickly answer to that you are absolutely right that there are a lot of challenges in SSP2. Some of them I learned from you only. But at the same time, my fear is always that if we just talk about the challenges, then there would be a SSP3 with new set of problems. So that probably I kind of fear that's my biggest nightmare, that we will be in this loop of problem. But saying that, we definitely need to take down what you mentioned, and definitely I would work on it. Thank you.
Since I don't see any other questions, Navroz, do you want to respond? Minal,
it's a question back to you. Yeah, because what do we do? Like, really, this is funds diverted to cities to make these net zero plans. So.
It's obviously a longer conversation, but the brief answer I have is that I think there's actually space to insist through two pathways on the kinds of formulations we've been talking about here. One, that it can be done is a little bit testified to by the LTLEDS, which was really framed around sectoral pathways, and we kind of worked with the government in this, and you can use that as a hook and say this is the way in which India is actually framing this. It's not that it's separate from net zero. Ultimately, yes, you're going to get to net zero, but what you do in the next 10 years is going to be dictated much more by short-term constraints. The second argument is that, especially given the events of last night for us here in India and the morning in the US, especially given this context, the argument is really taking hold that at the end of the day, any action on climate is only going to be sustainable if it wins political support in domestic contexts. That's true of the US, it's certainly true of India. I think we can definitely make that case that in India, there's no way to sustain some kind of crazy net zero trajectory unless there's a story about what the development gains are. And I think if we make those arguments to funders, I mean,
yeah, if I may,
I've had some success. I'm sure others have had too.
Yeah, if I may also add, we've been pitching our projects are titled now Development Compatible Net Zero Pathways. So development comes first, and the funders are not like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. They're not going to say that because it's completely aligned with their interests as well, because it's the only way change is going to happen. So I don't think it's also necessary for us to see it as either or. But I do think that there's a huge need for methodological innovation because the methods that we use are framed for are developed for the mitigation question and not for the development first question. So now we're stuck with this. We've proposed that we will find out development compatible pathways, but the methods are not completely aligned with that. So, that's, I guess, an open question for all of us. So how do we deal with that?
Sorry, I just wanted to come in this conversation. I think and of course, maybe to your point also, I think maybe we have to think about engaging in different kinds of transitions in different ways. Actually, in urban, I think, Minal, you use the term urban planners. I don't know if there are city planners in India. I mean, on paper there are, but I don't think there's actual city planning going on. So maybe a conversation about urban transformations has to be a different kind of transformation. And if one is talking about industrial transformation, maybe it has to be a different kind of a conversation, because the policymaker, the policymaking community, the policymaking process is actually very different. So I think it's not that we can just ask the gross question about how do we use models and other kinds of analyses to inform and shape policy making. I think the question is, in what context, how do we use these in different ways? Because I think we also have to become a little bit more intelligent on how we do it in our ways, and then also engaging with funders and saying, actually, it's a more complicated story. And we've been talking about things like granularity and heterogeneity here, in that when you really break it down, it's not just the what, but it's also the how. And that really, I think, may help push the conversation in a slightly different direction.
Can I just add a 30-second response to that? So the plans are made by city networks. And interestingly, as you know, in India's governance system, cities are really not able to. The capacity, the posts are lying vacant in Indian cities. So it's the quasi-urban planners who can be city networks, who can be the private sector, the real estate. And that's why I didn't even want to get into the institutional structure of cities, because that's like a whole presentation in itself. But I'll stop here.
Okay, so I think we are right on time. For the first time in this conference, we've made that happen. Thank you. Thanks to thanking our speakers, our fantastic discussant, and Air India for this achievement. Thank you, Jershi. Thank you, Saran. Thank you, Minal.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our next session on building strong, open, and robust data ecosystems and networks for knowledge production in India. And our first speaker is, it's a panel discussion. So we have Dr. Rahul Tongia, Mr. S.K. Soni, Mr. Mitavachan Hiremat, and Professor Purnamita Dasgupta. Dr. Rahul Tongia is a senior fellow at Center for Social and Economic Progress in New Delhi. Okay, if you could come on the stage, please. I'll just. We have Mr. S.K. Soni next. He's the former and founding CEO of Grid India, formerly POSOCO. He oversaw the integration of India's regional grids into the national grid and made significant contributions to developing the SARC grid. Currently, he serves as a senior advisor at the Regulatory Assistance Project. Mr. Soni has represented India on the CIGRE study committees for power system operation and electricity markets and regulation. Next, we have Mr. Mitavachan Hiremat. He's the founder of SUSPOT, Center for Sustainability, a non-profit think and do tank dedicated to integrating thought leadership with practical solutions for sustainability challenges. With extensive experience in energy policy, climate change, and sustainability, Mr. Hiremat has worked with organizations such as the German Aerospace Center, UNFCCC, and the University of Oldenburg. He actively engages with communities, groups, schools, and organizations to address the complexities of climate action. And the third discussant is Professor Purnamita Dasgupta. She's not here, so I think we'll begin the discussion with you. And yeah, sorry, the moderator is Mr. Karthik Ganeshan. He's a seasoned researcher specializing in energy and environmental issues with a focus on India's electricity system. Over the last decade, he has been instrumental in conceptualizing and building a number of research verticals at the Council of Energy, Environment and Water. We can begin the discussion.
We thought of doing this Q&A format, but I think different directions were given to folks, so everybody came with their ideas. So let's try and see how we can piece together different streams of thought and make time for maybe Q&A from the audience. So Rahul, over to you for your remarks. Yeah.
Thank you. If it's all right, I'll stay here. Kaveri first asked me to be short, then I said, okay. Then she clarified to be brief, and that's a little harder. So I want to really talk about 3 points. And it's not just on data per se, but the ecosystem around data and modeling is really the lens and research that goes with it. And this ecosystem really has two sides. One is who's producing it, and the other is who's consuming it or using it or building on it. Now, there's a theory that research should be arm's length, research should be clinical. In fact, non-judgmental is one extreme lens. But from an Indian context, maybe it doesn't have to be, but also I come back to this story when sometimes people have a policy target or something that's driven by, quote, evidence-based research, and it doesn't work. The government often says, well, they didn't execute it well. But if human capacity constraints or equity or other things aren't properly factored into your models, that's a modeling failure. That's not an execution failure. So if we think about modeling, can feed into planning, can feed into sort of human development and other objectives. This is on the supply side of it. And so every time we have donors, and since this is Chatham House, I'm going to be a little provocative. Ambuj started that ball rolling, I think, on who's your client. Many of them want to save lives or empower women, reduce X tons, build better models. All of these are going to require capacity. Now, what we're missing, and maybe the modeling community isn't the right place to get it done, but it needs to be cognizant of it, is the other side, which is the recipient side for the modeling exercises we do. What does the government want? Well, they want simplified answers. They want stuff that can happen in 6 months while they're still sitting on their seat before they get transferred or promoted or lose an election. And in this space, a lot of decisions, especially in energy, deal with the supply side solution. So they want to know, what do I bid for? And so keeping that in mind as we look at our models, I think becomes important. We've talked about already, I'm going to skip over a bunch of things. Data. We've already talked about this, but digging a little deeper into the what and the how. It's not that many data. So I built much of the smart grid space in India. And a bunch of MDs would say, oh, if you only gave me a smart meter, I could solve these problems. And I would always ask them, are you harnessing the data that you already have? You don't need consumer level TOD data to do certain things. Feeder data, aggregate data. So we're not harnessing the data we already have is sort of observation one. Then the question is data quality, data standards, metadata. You have 3 different sets of entities giving out a certain data. I'm using the power sector as an example, CEA, POSOCO, Grid India, and then there are certain other portals. The data don't match up. Forget MOSPI and some of the others. Now what? And of course, data is held closely by the government or the people who have said data. And we have more data than we can use for our studies because half of it comes with an NDA. So just spot question. How many of you guys have in India an NDA for the data that you have, or some of it? So, Yoris, it's amazing that you have an NDA with Indian entities. So that just speaks volumes of this space. Yeah, sure. So I'm not going to talk about, I'll skip since we've covered a lot of the issues of uncertainty, of granularity, behavioral, how do you model political economy, and just close with 2 thoughts. One, this capacity on the modeling community side. FCRA is really a 4-letter word. And I think a lot of civil society has grappled with it to the extent of, in some cases, severe implications. On Navroz's earlier point on why are we accepting that language or framing, one of the things my colleagues at CSIP and I were discussing, not for energy alone, but for development related, is where is a good top journal that people want to submit to? Everyone in the world wants to submit to Nature Climate Change. And I'm simplifying or exaggerating, but we don't have enough of the global south peer review, which focuses on things the rest of the world don't necessarily care about. In the EV world, very few people care about 2-wheelers. The global south does. Some really good research a colleague had done on the limits of carbon prices as instruments for the global south is summarily desk rejected by n number of journals because it doesn't fit a certain narrative. So we need alternatives for maintaining research quality, but also giving guidance on what it is we should be working on. So that's the high level. So what are the specific challenges, a few niche and solutions? One, I think we need to try and move away from black box analyses. In the power sector, there's a lot of plug these data in and you get a result. It's often deterministic, not probabilistic or stochastic enough in some cases. That's a challenge. We've heard the phrase open data, open source. A caution we've seen is just because it's open doesn't mean people know how to play with it. In open source software, there was a study that sort of showed for a lot of very widely used tools or software packages, the number of people who look at it at an architectural level is measured on 2 hands, even though it's an open source community around it. The last sort of solution space I would sort of believe, and we can discuss more on these. I think a way to bring together some of these needs, partly to Navroz's question on what is your objective, who's framing the narrative, is utter transparency on assumptions, utter transparency in objective functions, and utter transparency in trade-offs. We, at best, have had rupees or dollars versus tons saved used in a fair amount of economic planning. What's a threshold for dollar per ton CO2 that's quote unquote worthwhile? Now that how much is worthwhile becomes a political decision or a policy decision, but quantifying it is still something the scholarly community has done or does do with their work. But that's just one of n multi-attribute utility theory sorts of frontiers that we need to be developing. And the last suggestion for these data-intensive modeling and analytic frameworks, to tie it back to the policy space, is can we identify decision points, time constants, and lags, because those are what the government really cares about. If we all find from our work that, I'm not saying that's the case, please, that, oh, we need a lot more coal plants. You don't build them in less than 5 years. We know that. But if you now dig deeper, no pun intended, to the coal and coal transport side of it, it takes 1 to 2 decades to get a railway line. It takes a decade to get a coal mine active, or more depending on the overburden ratio. And these things are often missing in a lot of models because most models sort of apply equilibrium conditions that at the margin, this is what it looks like. These non-linearities, these lumpy parameters are extremely critical for places like India. And I guess that's what keeps some of us busy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. I mean, I think in a slight departure from the other discussions, given that we have 50 minutes, maybe I can quickly intervene. I know we have one less speaker. Can I take the full 50 minutes? I see that we have about maybe 36 minutes more.
Yeah, I just want to, Mr. Suni has a presentation. So
Yeah. So he's asked him to go last. He's asked for him to go last so that I'll pass on the mic. So I just want to sort of, highlight here that, a lot of the points that Rahul has made with regard to data, some things that we discuss on this platform that many of you are probably on, the India Energy Network. And we used to have many more heated debates on data and data quality, less so nowadays, probably because we're all just really tired about discussing the same old topic. But suffice to say, there's only one funder in the room, unfortunately. Paushali, we know we are speaking to you, but you can choose to just look another way. But irrespective of who's here in the room in terms of funder, I think the amount of money that's actually going into data collection, processing and archiving in the ecosystem within the civil society space is significant. Across organizations, I think a lot of, it may be dedicated effort or it may just be like staff time that's actually being allocated to process, clean, archive, and then use for analysis. There would be some super benefit by centralizing this and making this accessible. In fact, I know it from legitimate sources that because of multiple entities hitting the same server, we know that performance of government servers that actually host this data has actually gone down. And we've had to innovate to be able to hit those servers in an efficient way so that we can get the data. And mask our IP addresses. And loads of other things. So obviously, so we know that as this hits go up, the number of sort of layers through which data actually gets sort of blocked also increases. And I think we should definitely look to come together. And I know when Kaveri again did the session on the Net Zero India one, we discussed very clearly that as part of that study, it would be great if we can set some clear baselines for a lot of this community to agree to, and that will happen when I think that data is actually available in a platform where everybody can contribute to correcting it, adding to it, or rescinding sort of changes that others might actually make to it. And I hope that such a platform, even though it might seem very utopian, materializes in the Indian context, because we really need it, because the amount of money we spend on it is tremendous. I can say that because we spend a lot of resources, and I would love to make such a platform actually public to everybody. But the problem is the cost actually is not in just the acquisition, it's actually in the hosting for multiple entities to access it. And with increasing focus on GIS-based storytelling, especially in climate risk world, the number of entities that actually host data on high granular data on spatially resolved data on whether it's on land use, land cover, on climate risks. There are at least 4 different organizations that I know that are talking of climate risks, maps, and atlases. Now, if each of these entities basically has a different interpretation of that data and is hosting it in a way that doesn't speak to each other, I think it's, again, resources that are not spent well. I hope we can, again, unfortunately, I think at the end of day 2, the number of people here are also lower to listen to some of these, but I hope we can reach out to also the people who host it. Kaveri, we can discuss this bilaterally or, of course, with others here to identify who those are so that we can actually address some of the challenges of transparency and the redundancies that currently exist in the way we access data and maybe even store it. Just wanted to make that brief point in the event we run out of time towards the end. Mithuvachan, so having heard what Rahul had to say, I know Rahul went over and beyond maybe just data, but I'm sure from your perspective you have different views. You've spoken a lot about open community and open sources, so maybe you can continue on those themes when it comes to data, please.
Thank you, Karthik. See, some of us have crossed India, some oceans to come here, and we already caused emissions, so let's take responsibility for that. And I would say, let's be honest, and be open to discuss, because often what we are seeing in the discussions or in the programs like this is we are using too many technical jargons and we are trying to generalize things, and we are using the words which we are don't understand the implications. Say, for example, if you ask everyone, do you want to build, or do you like a strong, open and robust data ecosystem? Everyone in the room says yes. But if everybody wants it, then why is it not there? Forget about strong and robust. Something can be open, in a collaborative way. Why is it not there? So let's look into that. So for example, what are the implications of these words? For example, when we say open data, it's not just open data, it's open data, open modeling, and the community. They go together. You cannot have just open data or you cannot have just open modeling. It's a whole, series of things that have to happen, And what happens when some of these things will happen? So this will lead to democratization of energy policy modeling and also the whole transition pathways. It kind of democratizes the whole process, When we say we accept something like this, we basically have to accept the democratization of the whole thing. So look at it, we can go further down the line to breaking out what are the implications of it. But now shall we ask the question, would everybody like to democratize the whole field? Instead of just few players, shall we have tens of people working on that? Would everybody like to have that? Maybe not. I'm saying we all should agree also. I'm just trying to point out, let us see the facts, what is there and what is not there, and not assume that everybody unanimously agree and welcome all these things. That might not be the case in the first one. Okay. The second part, and I would like to also, before coming to how, I would also like to highlight why. So why do we need, or why some of us are being, I would say, asking for such a strong, open, robust data ecosystem? Is it just like icing on a cake on, for example, on the energy transition dilemma or energy transition, this whole community and research, like we would like to have this, we would like to have this, and we also like to have open data. Is it something like that, or is there a depth for it? So before going there, let me bring in, so for example, Rahul was trying to, and yesterday we were trying to highlight the elephant in the room. Today we brought in dragon. So let me also bring in the dinosaur. So what is the real dinosaur in the room? If you really look at it, so what exactly it is? Why we are discussing about all of these things? It's about the climate change, right? There might be many other dinosaurs, but let's say now climate change is the major dinosaur. Okay. And when we say climate change, most of us are aware, and I'm not trying to sensitize any of them. We do that to others actually. So all of the people here. So what exactly we mean? It's not weather change. It's real. The house is burning. Okay. Maybe the fire has not catch up. We cannot feel the fire directly, but it has already come wherever it is. There is a very old saying, like in Kannada, but might be in other languages as well. Don't start digging the well when the fire has already caught your bed. So, so what we are trying to discuss is we are trying to dig the well and look for the water before things go out of hand. Once the things are out of hand, then there is nothing. I don't think this whole conference, this whole thing become invalid, first of all, in that case. So in that context, so now coming back to linking that to what we are discussing now, when we say open data, okay, what we are saying, what is the challenge we have? Challenge is we have less time. Because of the climate change, one is it, there are many other dinosaurs. And we have limited funding, especially in the countries like India, for these kind of things. And we need impact at scale, not just at what I can do at my home or in my neighborhood. We already crossed that zone. We need impact at scale, and in such a short time and with such a limited funding. And some of us, when we say open data and all, we see this is the only way if it can happen. It's not like just hypothesis and things like that. If at all we could be able to manage this whole thing in a real serious way, okay, not assume that we are serious, but in real serious way, we think this is the way actually. There are no much other alternatives, okay. You need to have open data system. You need to have strong and robust ecosystems. You need to share resources. That has to happen. Otherwise, we cannot go about that. And only then, see, when you have a consortium, when you have a group of people, only then you can think about concerted actions among the people, be it modelers, be the policy research and the community, and we can think about influencing real policies. So that's why when we should be clear on that. I think I'm just trying to clear the ground and streamline. So now let's go into the how can we go about that. If we are, say, if some of us are really serious about that, how can we go about that? Say some of the clear, some success stories personally I have come across is in, let's say, in European Union or in Germany, like the Copernicus project that has huge database made and from the EU funded thing. And the other is the grassroots movement of modelers like open modeling community in Europe. But look at what has happened there. There, the governments, particularly, say, for example, I'm aware about the German situation. The German government did invest in that for a decade or two in series of models, series of institutions across Germany and across Europe. You know, it took so much of a decades of time, and then these grassroots movements came on their own. Okay, but here the situation is totally reverse. We don't have time, first of all. I mean, if it happens in 1 decade or two, yeah, it is not yet, but it might soon. So we don't have that much of a time, and we don't have that much of a funding like a European government, German government to invest in for decades. We don't have that foresight. Okay, so in this thing, only thing that can work for us, I would say, three basic things has to happen. One is we need to become and more of a approach the whole problem in a more collaborative and consortium approach rather than individual. And when I say consortium, again, I'm not saying homogeneous consortium, heterogeneous. Say it's not just group of think tanks coming or group of technical institutes. It has to be cross, I would say, sector, wherein you are aligning, you are collaborating, and different stakeholders and even maybe NGOs at some level. We can work out these details, but let us look at the high level. We need this to happen, okay? And the second thing is we need, one is the community of the modelers and the researchers around this, you know. And as I said, see how many modelers we have, maybe in the country, 20, 100, I don't know. I mean, I think we can count basically, I mean, we can have a list of them actually. We don't have, I mean, it's not like a very big, but why are they not coming together? Everybody has facing a data issue, you know, everybody wants to it. And so as said, we have to come together. We need to have that community of modelers. And I would say we have to invest in this community, because what is happening nowadays is, see, we can invest in the institutions and the sustainability of the institutions is a bit of unstable nowadays. We don't know, we invest in it 3-5 years down the line. If we don't invest in the institution, we don't know, okay? But let's say if we invest in the community, okay, let us say there is an early career guy who learns the modeling skill. or a PhD person who learns it, okay, and then he has a support community, then look at it. And whether you support him afterwards or not, he is there for 20 or for 30 years, he is working there. Wherever he go, in whichever institution he go, if by chance he goes outside India, even then he would be trying to solve Indian issues because there's too much thing to do, right? So I don't think there can be any other ROI for an investor compared to this. Okay. And the last part is the network or the platforms, I would say. I think Karthik made a very good point. See, maybe we can have a discussion on that as well. So the good thing that has happened in the recent years in the country is we have come up with the open source sharing, and there have been platforms created, which is really good thing, okay, compared to earlier years. But I think we should go further. How can we think about integrating these platforms? I don't know how it can happen. Okay, for example, I have some platform, you have another platform, you have another platform. We cannot ask people to go from only do this. Okay, how can we integrate that? For example, in this country, we know, for example, how the UPI revolution took over. The banks were working differently, and then you made unified. Then just short amount of time,
It was in 3 more minutes.
Yeah, you reached the scale, you know. So can we learn from that, wherein we are seeing these kind of examples in the society, you know, be it the UPI, be it the ONDC, nowadays Open Network for Digital Commerce that has come up, okay? And supposedly, we as a research community are supposed to be very intelligent on learning how to integrate this. So we are doing all the modeling, right? So I think if we really want, we should find out how can we integrate these platforms, whatever we have, and also how can we, we can think about shared platforms, you know, for example, I'm putting up something, but I'm also empowering other people to put on that. Okay, and we can think about the nitty-gritties, whether it's possible, what percent of it is possible. That discussion can happen, but first let us come together for that, and we'll see how it goes. I'll take a break here.
Thank you, Mithwachan, I think for sort of straight from the heart talk. I'll just say one thing here on this. When we started out, 12 years ago, when I started out my career at CW, I would argue, I was arguing from a very Rawlsian frame, right, of fairness, where you want to be treated with fairness because you are in that position where that's the only way you can actually grow up, and you'd like to give back. So today, I think, given that we've survived for 12 years and we have access to resources and data, I very much see the position of younger and newer organizations when it comes to access to data, and that's exactly the position that I think Mithwachan is coming from, which is if you don't have resources, unfortunately, data, while it's plentiful, and I think Mr. Suni will make that point in his presentation. Data in the Indian context actually is plentiful. It's reasonably accessible as well. It is really sort of going after the right set of data. That requires human resources. It requires a lot of cleaning because it's not exactly in the best format. That's in fact the major challenge. And more importantly, archiving in a manner that it's not sitting on one person's computer and not sort of available to a range of users. And I think that range then can expand beyond organizational sort of walls to then go out as well. And that's really where we're spending a lot of time and energy. And obviously for younger organizations, that can be a significant impediment. And breaking that down is absolutely necessary. And I think all of the stuff that he said in terms of supporting ecosystems, very, very, I think appropriate. We've spoken to funders in the past, but the challenge is this: who will be the custodian of such a group? Typically, funding goes to an organization because you can't disperse it to this nebulous consortium. And in fact, unfortunately, the FCRA, which Rahul spoke about, explicitly now forbids money that comes into joint projects. Right? It cannot be something that goes to an IIT Delhi or a CSEP and a CEW because the government just doesn't allow that to happen directly, which means necessarily there will have to be somebody who is an unbiased and unbiased entity, right? It can be any one of us, right? That basically plays the role of creator for the solutions, right? And ensures that there is seamless access. And I think that will be yeoman service for decades to come. And as Rahul said, I think a lot of data sits in NDAs, which of course probably cannot be made public, but then insights from those can certainly be shared in a way that does not contravene some of these NDAs. Right? My favorite statistic is of, we didn't discuss it in the access discussion today in the morning, the Saubhagya Yojana, which created, I think they gave away 22 million connections, if I remember correctly. I think the number came down significantly, or a little more actually. in one of the states that we worked in, the average consumption of households across the poorer section was a paltry 13 units a month. Right? This came off, well, I would argue not necessarily NDA data, but some of the stuff could have easily been shared, but it's millions of data points. We just can't share flat files because there are confidential things there. How can we put across protocols that will ensure that utilities are actually able to make this data available in an anonymized manner for useful analysis? And I think that's where an open data ecosystem, right? And I think some IIIT Delhi started one such for transit data, because transit data is very, very useful from the perspective of planning. I think there's certainly more use cases for an open data protocol for a lot of the data that we use in our sectors, especially consumer energy consumption, because that can unravel a lot of insights when it comes to the problems that Meenal and others spoke about during their talk. Mr. Suni, over to you maybe for the next.
While he's setting up, if I could just, I think another dragon elephant in the room is going to be DPDP. As we do things related to like transport or consumer consumption side information, we have to prepare and figure out collectively how to handle that. So your point about aggregation, anonymization, all of these are things we have to come up with consistent standards that we can work with towards that. This is the digital privacy related legislation for those who aren't as familiar with it.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Schmidt Sciences. Thank you, IIT Delhi. And thank you all of you for giving me this opportunity. I'm a bit nervous. All the scholarly people on the other side and a rustic practitioner before you. The other two divide which Dr. Rahul mentioned was data user and who generate data. So I see that I am the only person on the other side who generated data and who is made responsible for disseminating data. So with this responsibility and with this humbleness, I want to make a short presentation. It's a long presentation, but I can always go fast forward. And if you want, I will come back. So don't worry about that. Very quickly, now energy flows in news bytes. Big data, if somewhere it has to happen, is either finance or power sector. Why? In power sector, we have put measurements everywhere. We measure all megawatt MVR, voltage, frequency, consumption. The amount of measurement which we do is mind-boggling because we need them for control. And that's only one part of it. So big data, be it distribution level, markets, transmission system operation, and then if you use for this buildings, everything is possible. We have it. But the dimension of the problem is enormous. Believe me, I'll try to give a picture of it. India's data boom about data governance itself, the maturity model. So I'm a system operator. We say that we don't own a single megawatt, single kilometer of line, nothing. Then what do? We have only two things, data and knowledge. So we decided way back in 90s in India that nothing should be thrown. I don't know the use of this data. If you have measured, please dump it. I will make use of it. Maybe my grandson will make use of it, but please dump it. Then here comes the challenge. How do we store? What do we store? And as I go along, I will explain to you. In my early days, we used to measure hourly data. That was granular. Then 15 minutes, then 5 minutes, then 1 minute, 10 seconds. Today, we are measuring at 40 milliseconds. Petabytes of data are coming from 3,000 locations throughout India. You cannot imagine the amount of data. People are overwhelmed. They don't know what to do with it. Technology has gone to this extent. So you are talking about insights, foresights. We are in the middle one. We want to operate the grid securely, but the byproduct is data, which researchers must have the access to. There is absolutely no quarrel about that. And then the input which we get is from all sides. Distribution, transmission, generation of all kinds. Now solar is coming, IMD data is there, market data is there, and that the micro PMUs. Now even distribution will also have those kind of data. Then GIS data, then static data, huge amount of models. We have one single source of truth. which I very boldly say that in 2012, we locked everybody in the room, all the operator, that we cannot run the all India grid and synchronize unless there is a single source of truth. So everybody had to surrender his software. We followed one, and now every month that is synchronized, and we have a one model of transmission and grid operation. Otherwise, you can't operate the grid. And we are reaping heavy benefits. I don't want to take much time on it, but same thing has to be done about big data. And I'm agreeing with all three panelists on this, but then I'll try to give you some practical what is implementable. Give me 1 minute to explain what is data governance in India. Right to Information Act 2005-42, one of the finest one. This actually opened our data thing. Please use it left, right, and center as a research scholar. You have to be a demanding user. Skip, next slide. Recent personal data protection rule 2025, draft has come. Give your suggestion, forceful suggestions. When the regulations are being made, I find research scholars don't respond. And afterwards, they say, so please do respond to every regulation. And I will give you more history about it. Now, as far as the Act is concerned, legislators have done their job. Section 73 clearly says who is responsible for data. He is responsible disseminating also. And 73K section to promote research in matters affecting generation, transmission, distribution, trading. Okay, maybe that amendment can come, but it's just such a all-encompassing section 73 in the Act. Somebody says that, do you want to change that? What for? And who is responsible? CEA. Now, why is not able to do it? I will come to that later. Then now that the policy came in 2005, there again it is said, read this one. The country has a strong research and development base in the electricity sector, which would be further augmented. R&D activities would be further intensified. Mission be constituted, blah, blah, blah. Large companies should set aside a portion of their profits for R&D. So you have data, you have responsibility, you have in policy. Come to tariff policy, again, what all has to be? CRC, it is through regulation mandated to release data. All the statutory bodies, CTU, STU, they have to do. NLDC function. I myself have been, I have spent 1 week sitting in the secretariat getting this clause I inserted. Dissemination of information relating to operation of transmission system in accordance with the directions or regulations issued by CRC and government from time to time. See I don't have time because it has taken me almost 1 month to get it introduced. I need directions. I need regulations as an operator. And legislators were not ready to give full powers even to the operators. So this is how it is. But all this work has been done. Now comes other part of it. CRC has its in old regulations since 2007 that everything has to be submitted. CA, 65 formats have been created. Number of organizations were given contract, even TCS worked for 2 years to assemble all the data. We don't know. There's something that just doesn't work in spite of best thing. So I will very quickly go through all the formats in a fast forward fashion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20, format number so and so, format number so and so, format number so and so, format number so and so. And thousands of organizations give facts, give dark, huge amount of data comes. Now what do you do with it? All thing has to be digitalized. Yes, that also has been done. CA has certainly modified it. But what I am saying is that all these things have been thought through. Next, CA's websites. So I have been born and brought up in CA. I myself cannot find out, but I know that it is there. So I keep telling chairman in the night, boss, I have seen this report. He says, yes, we have done it, but I am not able to locate it. So, such a... See, look at the websites. And I spend every day 1 hour on this. Grid code. We have modified our grid code in 2023. We have ensured that everywhere the grid data is mentioned. Demand forecasting, connection agreement, data and communication facilities, everything is mentioned. Protection also, data has to be mentioned. Anybody getting connected will have to do So all the regulations have these provisions. 2023. Congestion, if anything happens in the market, that also data has to be given. Now comes to CRC website. Because they have a regulation and they get all the information, they upload it. They don't have the intrinsic wherewithal, capacity to handle this kind of data. Right? 5 minutes gone, no? That's right. Yeah, very good. Very good. Very good. So, regional power committees, another organization, it produces huge amount of data. National Load Dispatch Center. So, I used to say that you can come to NLDC only to have coffee with me. For everything else, please see my website. That's the kind of a data which we have. Even I have told to secretary that, sir, please open the website. He said, you don't have it, sir. Sir, I will also see from the same website. You also please see from the same website. Regional Load Dispatch Center. They have even more data. Power exchange, huge data. So now we need, for even our network model, we need data. You all are talking about, we are talking about the present security. For that we need data. Now comes the data classification. Where does it get stuck? What are we not telling? What he is asking. What is the fear in the mind? Not this, up to this is very simple. Open access data, registered data, and restricted data. Very quickly you can be behind bar on security issues. And only when you sit in that chair you realize that why would you take that risk? So this risk has to be mitigated. This fundamental risk has to be mitigated. Okay. So incentive towards dissemination. Now we recently made out a report, capacity building. We have said non-disclosure agreement, data sharing portal, then state-of-the-art data warehouse, data sharing on as is where is. See, this is another problem. We all want very value-added data. No, there is no end to that. Voracious appetite of data. Nobody is satisfied with data. Somebody has made some tool, you make any change, everybody will again come back. So those are also there. No liability of error. You have to indemnify the one who produces the data. Now, what are the key challenges? The data volume, the data quality, the data security, time synchronization, data indexing, value proposition, standards, and regulation. So all these V's, you know, volume, veracity, variety, value, and velocity. These are half-life of technology. By the time we make a platform ready, things have changed. So this is another challenge. So we keep on happening this. So advanced analytics of big information with probabilistic. Now that is, you know, adds another lecture. So what we need, 2 more slides, that's all. First of all, problem is not as simple as it appears. If you are on the other side, you will realize that what the problem is. But still, it has to be done. That there is no doubt about it. We need to build institutions. And those kind of clauses where the existing CA will also do data. Grid India will also do data. Those days are gone now. They have many other jobs to do. We need an exclusive organization for data, so that he will be responsible and catch up with the technology, create data scientists, and have all the infrastructure and tools for that. And we have example of AI. We have example in even in European community. I don't see there is any other way. No amount of all these things will help unless we have institution. Now in institution, we need enough of head counts. I am not talking about other things, at least head counts. Look at CSC, CA, 5 people, 3 people. Do you think that all India data is there? Is it possible? It's not possible. So we need an agency in India which should take care of all these things. And from finance, we should learn. There is a hope. There is a hope. Because for EV charging, 20 companies have come together. They are moving much faster than power sector. Power sector is a laggard sector. So if we can borrow from them, then we can do this. So future of data in Indian power sector, we need institution, we need exhaustive regulation exclusively on data. not data as an appendage to each regulation that thou shalt do this, thou shalt not do that. We need an exhaustive regulation, and this whole thing has to be agile. That's all. Thank you.
We need your presentation, Doctor. We need your presentation. Yes. So, I mean, he's, of course, I mean, Mr. Soni has just touched on one sector, but I think this is the symptom with data in multiple other domains which we're all looking to work with, whether it's transport, whether it's, in fact, PPAC does a reasonably good job, maybe not as high frequency data. Obviously, they're managing a much smaller data set, but I found that that is one entity, again, that has brought together data from multiple different places into standardized formats. Not the most useful of, it's PDF, not even Excel, but it's consistent to the point where you can read it, you can digitize it. So there's some things to be learned, I think, from where good things that maybe, PPAC is doing, MOPNG, CRC and others as well. Just wanted to sort of make one point, again, going back to what Mithwachan was saying and the earlier discussion on costs. To give people a sense here, again, I know Pushali and the funder is not here, but for instance, the cost that it takes us to hit, let's say, about 40 of the tables that Mrs. Suni, I think, listed, maybe a few hundred in those different ones. So we have about 40 or 45 of those large ones. To be able to give access to one individual on a reasonably big data platform, right, where you can manage the terabytes of data, could be ranging anywhere from 10,000 to 15,000 rupees per user for a flexibly available server somewhere online. And that, when you scale to like multiple users who can actually access in a time-shared basis, really adds up, right? Who will actually have access to that data set? How will you build insights from that? We've that architecture in place, but nobody to unfortunately fund it. So we really hope that, as I said, happy to discuss this in a separate session where we actually talk about a lot of this. Rahul, I think you had a point, and then maybe Kaveri, you wanted to come in, and then we'll open it up to the floor after, please.
We had a piece about a decade ago, several of us, on the need for an EIA for India. Exactly what you said, it's in nature. And the budget of EIA at that point was north of $100 million. So we normalized it or attempted to look at Indian, US differential, et cetera, et cetera. It's still vastly more than what we have now. It's not outrageous considering the scope of the domain we're in, which brings me to my last observation. It's not about lack of money. It's about channeling that money along with the capacity to use it well where India gets stuck. Enough money can be found. It's about where is it directed. I'm reminded of almost all of these government programs. You go to the budget, you dig into all of these governmental programs. They have a line item called human capacity building, and almost every single one is underspent. I'll stop there.
Kaveri, Mithwachan, you wanted to come? Maybe after Kaveri? Yeah, please.
Thanks, Karthik. I wanted to come in from the academic perspective a little bit. But before that, I want to thank Karthik for once, for a few years ago when I had my student working on carbon emissions from the industrial sector. Karthik made sure that his organization's data was just transferred to us immediately to enable our research happen quickly and on time. So I'm very grateful that we have that collaborative spirit in parts. But it always makes me a little sad that so much of the research, so much of the engagement on pushing the thinking forward comes from only think tanks and not enough from academia. I think that, of course, think tanks have a very important place. They have capabilities that academia doesn't. They have the luxury to just focus on research or address, important current political policy issues. But academia has other advantages, right? We have the advantage of being able to think long-term, being able to address questions that possibly aren't related to immediate interests of policymakers. And those are important questions, or even thinking through what an open data platform could look like. We also have the ability to do this in a non-competitive way because we're not fighting for funding very often, and so on. But I think that this there is a big lack. There are three problems I see, and that I think we should note and address. We should strengthen academic institutions for research capabilities, in particular, because all of us are designed for teaching mostly, and not sufficiently enabled for research, except some institutions, I think, and even there, well, there are challenges. We should strengthen critical engagement, and that is a complaint I have across the board. There's insufficient constructive, critical peer review, even double-blind peer review across the sector. I mean, of course, there are problems with peer review. It's not like peer review solves things. But right now, we're all working in silos. There's very little peer review. And what's worse is that we are all, what is related to silos is that we all operate we're not sufficiently open in our networks. When do young researchers get the spaces for young researchers to be able to come up with new ideas and present their new ideas and get criticism for it is all very, very new. So very, very lacking. So in fact, I remember having a disagreement with one of us here about, why haven't you invited X, or why haven't you been, cited this report? But we don't have, jointly owned spaces for these discussions. Everybody publishes on their own. Everybody is looking out for their, so how do we,
So on this particular one, Mithwachan, before I hand it to you, I understand you had your mic. And this is the point that Kaveri and I have discussed in the past. One of the things that I learned when I was learning the public policy trade was about timeliness, unfortunately, with government engagement, right? I mean, I think we spoke about how government wants everything yesterday, right? They think about a problem today, but they want the solution ready. And this means, I mean, I don't think it justifies any sort of short circuiting of peer review processes, so that incorrect analysis makes their way. I think we'll have to basically find the right sort of, the right spot between what makes for good, credible analysis versus something that you can actually get across to the government. Also holds good for instance, right now I'm putting together a data process for understanding Delhi's traffic, right? To potentially have a sense of when, let's say, congestion pricing gets implemented, right? How will we actually compare against what has been the situation before versus what is it now? We will not have the data if we don't do that baselining today, right? But who's actually going to sort of say that, there was IP involved in it, right? The fact that somebody actually came up with the costs and measures. So I think joint ownership certainly comes, with jointly convened spaces like the one that I think Mithwachan is talking about. But I think especially when talking to policy, we need to figure out how do we sort of maybe step outside of the academic comfort zones of maybe, the processes that are currently there to be able to say that, this is an analysis that we can reasonably confidently communicate to the policymaker. Because, for instance, drafts on very important things come today and tomorrow, and they want it in a week's time for comments. There is no way we can bypass that. I see that Navroz, of course, interested party in this. Let's pass it to Mithwachan if we have time. Certainly, Navroz, you should also come in. I see that you had your hand up. We're out of time? Oh, wow. Okay. Sorry, Mithwachan, maybe last point, and then we... Yeah.
See, I'll add quickly here. See, for example, Karthik, what you are... See, let's not get caught in the personalization between smaller organization, bigger organization. Because see, I mean, what we really look, if we really look into the climate space, we are caught up with whole of the role playing. Even at the, COPs, what we are doing, for example, I'm consulting for the methodology at UNFCCC. We see, people are caught up with the role playing. That's happening here also. But let's not caught up with that. So let's come out of it. Let's say, for example, let us see it as an ecosystem problem, not your problem, my problem, or CW, or it's an ecosystem. Let us say in Indian ecosystem, how can we approach it? Okay, that is one part. The second part, say for example, what Kaveri was trying to highlight, and thanks for that. See, some of the problems, say for example, you give the example of the costs of hosting it on Okay. Maybe to host it on a think tanks or through it, that kind of funding, it might be costly. But I think maybe with the government funding or with the academic institute or research institutes, maybe the cost can be worked out. I don't know. But the discussions have to happen. That is the key thing. Okay. And the cleaning and all the filtering of data and all, I would say these are not new problems. See, these are everywhere. That's why I brought in the discussion about the open modeling community in Europe. And whenever we are discussing, often we also try to be in black and white, either this or that. But real world is a mix of things. I'm not saying we should have a strong and robust ecosystem right away, but let's work towards that. And the community of the, I would say, modelers, researchers, interested parties, and how do they have dialogue, especially constructive dialogues, and how do they take it along? That really matters. What you will do out of that, let the people decide. Let them come. Like, for example, all the interested collaborators, let's come discuss and like, this is what the problem is. Let's discuss about that. And if then I think we are really think about creating the impact. Otherwise, you are caught up again in the politics. What is happening elsewhere, it's happening here, and we are going in circles, and that's what we do. So, I mean, I'll just take a break here.
Thank you. And that's a wrap. Maybe we can discuss in person. I'm sure this is a very contentious space. Happy to discuss this after as well. I think the next session is due. Thank you, Kaveri. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now we break for a coffee with a twist once again. And this time it will be led by Ms. Michelle Ferenc, who from the Consensus Building Institute at Washington, D.C. We're very grateful to have her here. I think why I'm particularly excited about this is, in the previous discussion which Sonia led, one of the points that were made was it's not enough to be transparent about inequities or injustices. Once we do know that injustices exist, how do we address them? So Michelle can help us with possibly thinking through how do you constructively deal with conflict. And there's potentially going to be a lot of that in the energy transition. I request all of you to grab a coffee, take a short loo break, and move to the Marigold room on this side. Yes, great. Thank you. We will begin in just a minute. Apologies for the slight delay. If you'd like to share your slides on screen, that would be great. If you have any slides, otherwise it's fine.
I have no slides.
No worries, no worries.
This is a panel discussion setup.
Okay. Sir, volume thoda badana.
So just introduce
So maybe people can start with some comments and then we have a conversation. I may make a couple of comments and then let's open it up. Okay.
So we're here for the last session. Key challenges and enablers for economy-wide decarbonization in India. Perspectives from industry, government, and research organizations. And we have with us Ms. Kamya Jaiswal, who's a partner at McKinsey's Gurugram office, specializing in digital and analytics-driven operational transformations for clients in renewables, advanced industries, energy, and materials. And we also have with us Mr. Sharat Kumar Palerla, who currently serves as Scientist G at the Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change, Government of India. He has extensive expertise in regulatory affairs, environmental governance, project appraisals, and policy formulation. And Professor Ambud Sagar will be the discussant for the session. Founding member of the School of Public Policy, IIT Delhi, and of course the Deputy Director.
All right. This is really meant to be a panel discussion. So, but But the objective of this, as the title says, is to really think about what are the challenges and enablers for decarbonization. And we have on the panel people with different perspectives and different experiences. So I'm going to ask them maybe to kind of lead off the conversation with a few initial remarks from their perspective, from their experiences, the kind of actors that they engage with. What do they see as key challenges and enablers to decarbonization? And maybe once we have the initial remarks, then we can get more into kind of a discussion mode. And also, we have a fairly energetic audience here with lots of questions. We always run out of time with the questions that we have. So I think hopefully we'll have a chance for many of the people in the audience to be able to engage with the panelists and get their views on the questions that they may have. So maybe I'll start. Maybe I can start with you, Kamya, and get you to make your initial remarks, and then Saraji, and then as I said, I'll maybe make a few add-on comments and then open it up. So Kamya, over to you, and thank you for taking the time and joining.
Not at all. Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. Great.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. As we know, India has announced the target of becoming a net zero emitter by 2070. We are right now at an emission rate of about 2.9 gigatons annually. And continue at the same track, we will 8 tons. There are certain measures that we can take to significantly reduce that emission, not reach net zero, but close to net zero. And we have done a few analyses to say that it's possible, for example, for India to be at a 1.8, 1.9 gigaton emission per annum by 2050. We understand which are the biggest sources of emission in India. It's the power sector, industry, agriculture, transport, water and waste. And therefore, there are 7 or 8 levers or technology types, as you may call them, that will be central to reducing emissions and abatement. Primarily among them include renewables, circularity, new technologies like CCUS, hydrogen, and these are some of the areas that also the government has been pushing on. However, if I look at it at a broad perspective, there are 3-4 key challenges. The first one, of course, being the need for a more integrated policy framework across multiple technologies that can drive industry forward as well. I think there's a lot of work that has already been done. But for example, having a national land use plan across the multiple uses of land could be one such thing. That second is the advancement of technologies and R&D in India to reduce costs. We have seen that accelerate certain sectors, subsectors like renewables. Within renewables now, the cost of battery has come down and batteries have fallen by about 70-80%. That's driving growth in the space as well. Similarly, investment in technology and R&D to reduce costs will be. And third, the entire decarbonization target requires financing of a very high order, about $7 trillion between now and 2030. So ensuring that the right capital is available drive some of the key levers of decarbonization. So I'll pause there. We can get into any of this in detail in the course of our discussion.
Kamya, thanks for that. Maybe I'll just push you a little bit more for a little bit more detail. I mean, I know, for example, McKinsey works with various firms to, on helping them with their engagement with decarbonization. So I just want to get a sense from your perspective in working with various actors in industry. What do you see there? Where is it that they need, in a sense, the most inputs and assistance? Is it, for example, what you said, thinking about technology choices, or how do you integrate technology into your into their plans? I mean, I know your colleagues, Rajat and others, had done this interesting work with Tata Steel and all of that, or whether it's people in the finance. I'm just trying to get a sense from your perspective. How are the individual actors in these industries gearing up for these challenges?
Number one, this is a high priority for a lot of the actors across key sectors, be it cement, chemicals, textiles, metals, and mining. This is something that is discussed at the highest level as well. And the reason is, one is that a lot of these companies have taken up net zero targets. They could have also their markets could be abroad in Europe, for example, which have more stringent regulations. For example, if you're a company which will come under the ambit of CBAM, you would be more keen to switch towards greener energy and ensure your emissions levels are correct. You're doing scope 1, scope 2 levels of. And the third is actually cost reduction as well, and that we see as an important driving force, especially, for example, in the green energy transition. The thermal power, industrial power is right now more expensive, whereas now renewable power, hybrid power is becoming cheaper relatively, and therefore companies are also transitioning renewable energy from the perspective of reducing their costs. And the first phase of that has potentially already happened, where companies have replaced, for example, 10 to 20% of their total energy mix. And now they're thinking about replacing higher levels, but that requires more hybrid solutions. They have to think about, for example, how do they account for steam, which comes from thermal sources, the use of more battery, the more use of pumped hydro storage. All of that is getting into play. So yeah, these are the 3-4 factors that are driving various actors at the industry level, and we see interest at all levels, large conglomerates, smaller businesses. They all want to be ready for the future.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that. Maybe I'll go to Sharatji now for your initial remarks, please.
Thank you, sir. See, India has already, I just want to add to what Kavya has said. So India has submitted its committed our net zero by 2070. So what is our the emission right now? So on last month, on 30th of December, we have submitted our biannual update report. So which is a reporting obligation for any party to the UNFCCC. So as a reporting obligation, we have submitted on 30th. So as per that report, so the gross emissions is about 2.9 billion tons, whereas the net emissions is about 2.45 billion tons. So in this, the land use cover and forestry sector is a net sink in India. So it has sequestered 522 million tons of the CO2 equivalent. So that is how so our this thing. The come to the net zero is net emissions is 2.45. If you see what is the growth of our the emissions from last decades. So if you see the growth of emissions from 2000 to 2010, so it was grown at a rate of say 3.8 to 3.9 CAGR per annum in that decade. And the next decade, that is 2010 to 2020. So if you see, that is about 3.9 and 4 CAGR. So if you see the CAGR, the growth rate of our our emissions is at approximately at 4% of CAGR. But what is the GDP that the India is about 5.5 to 6%. So that is how that one of our NDC is to decouple the emission intensity of the GDP. So from 2005 level, our commitment is to by 2030 it is 45%. So as per the report that has submitted last month, so it is we have achieved 36%. So successively we are decoupling. So this decoupling happening. So one is when so you have to have the decouple your the emissions as well as your GDP, and the sectors that has to be targeted for economy-wide the interventions are required. If you see our long-term LTLEDS document of the country, so we have given the 7 sectors so as a priority sectors. Why? Because if you see the emission profile also, the energy sector contributes to 75% of the total emissions. And whereas that the agriculture sector is about the 13.75%, the industrial process and product use is about 8.1 or 8.2 percentage of this thing, and waste is only a 2.5 to 2.6 percentage. So the main trust comes under the energy sector because it is occupying the long pie of the entire emissions. So if you see that the energy sector, so 39% is from the electricity generation, and then your 9% is from transportation sector, so which is the subsequently. Then if you see the key category analysis, so the first one comes the electricity production, and then the transport sector, and then enteric fermentation, then comes to the hard to abate sectors like the iron and steel, aluminum, and those sectors. Then residential sector is also contributing much, so it is about 6% of the total emissions. So now the challenge when we want to decarbonize, so you have to attack to those things where there is a lot of contribution. The first and foremost, the sector that comes to be handled is the energy sector. So in the energy sector, so what are the options? What is the source mix? What is the energy mix? That is also is there. The second challenge, since the question here is what are the challenges and what are the enablers and drivers. Okay, so the challenge is, one challenge is to have what type of the source mix that we should have, whether that particular mix will really cater to the requirements or not. So if you say, if you project the high RE scenario and pathway, will it survive to our requirement? That is also another one challenge. And second thing is, it is not only the thing that cost effectiveness. So if you give the model and if you ask the model to pick up a cost effective technology, it may be picking up the complete RE. But so whether that RE can able to cater to the requirements of the round the clock 24/7. So that is also another the constraint. So in a requirement, in a required projections, so what is our requirement at 2030 and 2047? So since we also envisaging the India as a Vikshit Bharat in 2047 as a developed economy. So when you thought of the developed economy, the GDP, so that is at present level and that at that particular level, so it is a multifolds. And we are in a bell curve in a rising trend. We are at not have reached the peak. So in terms of the GDP or not, when it is not in terms of GDP, so it is obviously that our emissions have also not reached the peak. So invariably, so our emissions will go in rise. To what extent and to what time it is, and then interventions at what pace that has to be inculcated into the economy, and then how your decarbonization so has to be taken place at what paces. So for example, if I say, so what is the present rate of installation of the RE solar, if you say, so from last 2 years, if you take the 2023, so it is about 25 gigawatt, and we are envisaging it 80 to 100 gigawatt per annum. So when we want to say install a 80 to 100 gigawatt of the solar, so what is the challenges that is ahead? So just before this session, so I was also fortunate to have the session on conflict. So what is the thrust on the natural resources? So particularly the land. So land is required for everything. So one is for the economy, and then another is for your population, and for your food grain, and at the same for the industrialization. Everybody wants the same land. So to what extent the same land is available to this one? Then the coming into the what are the alternatives to that? So suppose say in a given scenario, for example, so if you get the land in a very normal manner, so that is not a problem. But say the land is constrained, then the question comes to the technology. So so what is the high photovoltaic the cells that the technology comes with the very intensive solarization, then vertical say installations and all. So these are the things that will come. Then that is one the question. Not only this. So then if you want to say increase your the nuclear power, then the nuclear power, then of course some of the technologies like SMRs and the Bharat nuclear technologies. So these are also coming emerging. So these are also the in the nascent stage. So how we can also use and how we can also implement. So particularly to like the sectors like hard to abate sectors, the iron and steel and then aluminum sectors and other sectors. So this is also one challenge in the nuclear. So to what extent the nuclear has to be taken. Then coming to your say your wind, then also with the hydro. So you cannot also take the hydro in a very large scale. So it also has got the limitation. So that is one is the energy mix, and then the raising demand at the different the years to come, and also our population also likely is projected to say 1.7, and then so it is treated that plateau after 1.7. So at 1.7 the million. So then so what is our requirements at that particular stage? That is one. And then the quality of life and also the energy demand. So not only the present level and also in the future level and in the this. The second thing is when you simply take the models from the other countries and all, is it really helpful? No, because the land and the population, that population density that is available at there and the model that is followed may not be here. So you have to have the modelers has to customize that. So what is the technology, the mix, and what the pathways that we have to take, and what technological interventions are there, and some these are all assumptions. Some technology may happen, may not happen. So it is in each given scenario, so how we should able to cater, and then how we should able to sustain, because so our development is also the requirement, and at the same time it is not an option, it is an essential to that. So we should develop with a low carbon economy. But so from the perspective of the government, so what we also think, historically we are not responsible. If you see the working group 3 report of the AR6 says that we are only say contributed, entire Asia has contributed only 4%, but still the India is doing to the best extent following the path of the CBDRRC and the national circumstances. And if you see our the NDCs, so one NDC is the GDP emission intensity of the GDP. We are already on track. We have achieved 36%. And the second GDP is the NDC is make it simple. Yeah. Okay.
We okay. Need time for questions also. Please.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. So second one is, so we have already achieved about 47%, and third one, of course, that additional carbon sinks 2.29 was reported by India State of Forest report, so which was released last month. So this is our progress. Whatever we committed, so we are on path. And then, so the net zero means, so there should be a carbon space that has to be given to this country to grow up also. So in that scenario, so how we can dwell, and what are the technological interventions, and what challenges that comes, and how we can able to give the solutions. So that is the question to the panel today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Maybe what we'll do is open it up to the room for people that have had questions of the two panelists. Yeah, maybe. Yes, Daljit, please.
So my question is actually to both. And it's, whether and my question is whether applies whether the industries are actually putting up these installations of REN all on their own, or they're contracting with someone. But what I want to know is, are you seeing any significant difficulties in acquisition of land? And the other question, which is, Sharji, you were pointing out that you're going to have this 80 to 100 gigawatts of RE being added annually, or that's sort of what you would like to do. But you need to match that with either having adequate flexibility in your coal plant fleet, or you need to add storage, whether there's battery or pumped hydro or something else. So who is responsible for that? And how is all that being coordinated? And are you seeing any difficulties? If you're thinking of pumped storage, that's got a long lead time. And who is looking ahead? Because if it's got a lead time of whatever, 5-7 years, who is actually looking at all those things? Is there someone in the government, someone meaning some entity, responsible for that stuff? Please.
See, the transition in the different economy, the different sectors, the different line ministries are the responsible for the decarbonization in the respective sectors. For example, the power sector, if you take the Ministry of Power or the MNRE, so it takes the policies and programs to how to add to the required installation capacities and all. So that is also their responsibility. And at the same time, so if you see that the MOPNG or that MOT, so then Ministry of Heavy Industries, so they take the policies on the transportation and the EV and other sectors. So these are all that it is not the one particular department or this, because it is the transition is required across the economy. And the implementation and as per the business allocation rules, so it is the responsibility has been divided to the various ministries and departments. So it is a collective responsibility, I can say, but it's not any individual. So no individual can do, because it is all the cross-cutting and cross-sectoral. But coordination is required. So coordination is done at the highest level. So even in the Paris Agreement also, so we have got the coordination committees and all. So that is already in place.
Are you seeing any problems with land acquisition?
No, see that the progress that we have. So what is that our commitment? See, we are all see our the initial target was of 33 to 35%. So by 2030, we have achieved that 36% by 2020 itself. So 10 years we have already achieved. It means it has been coordinated. And it has been implemented, the policies and programs, the various. So if you take that list out, there are more than 300 policies and programs, so that is there in the various sectors, so which intend to have the decarbonization. So that is one thing. And also if you see that we are almost about to reach our 50% target also in this the NDC by 2030. So if you see that initial target, so it was already achieved at 2019 itself, 11 years ahead of our target. So it has been coordinated and will be continued to coordinate. And at the same time, we are also seeing not only the decarbonization, but also how to have the growth curve. That is also a requirement. So when you want to have that Vikshit Bharat, so you have to have that what is the energy level consumption and power consumption at that particular point of time.
Kameh, do you want to come in on?
Yes, sure. I think on the question of land and connectivity, while there is land available, there is growing challenges in both aspects of infrastructure. For example, in our struggle with right issues and acquisition and then accessing their plants, and this is something that the second is that the connectivity availability itself is also some states a challenge. For example, in Rajasthan, the new connectivity availability is only after 3-4 years down the line. So the update in the transmission infrastructure in terms of substations as well as high transmission lines, both of them with our targets. Some of our analysis shows that collectively for decarbonization, we might need 45 million of additional land than what as of now. And so that might require more innovative use of forward to about 10 years down.
So basically, okay, that is kind of interesting, because at least in some places you're seeing some need for some kind of advanced planning and especially in the infrastructure, which I think anyway most of our models are also kind of thinking about those issues and picking up on that. Kamya, sorry, I'm sure there are other questions, but I wanted to pick up on something you had said earlier, which really I think made me think about the kind of firms that you're seeing are being very proactive in this space are those that are thinking about international markets for their products. So maybe it's steel or whatever the others might be. And I was just wondering, from a policy perspective, do you see an opportunity in that, in incentivizing these firms to kind of help drive the transition? So in some sense, provide them incentives to drive the transition and kind of sweeten it for themselves if they're already inclined to do that. That might then have knock-on effects for other firms, especially in terms of cost reduction or technology availability and all of that. I mean, how are you seeing that kind of maybe a potential cascade effect in the industry, and therefore potentially a role of public policy to accelerate that? What's your thought on that?
Sure. I think I had mentioned that export are to do take measures for this transition, but they're definitely not. That lower costs, especially for a significant part of their overall cost structures. For example, even in these sort of export-oriented industries are very key at opportunities energy transition, because it helps and it aligns to their business objectives as well. Having said that, of course, the requirement of policy to drive some of these transitions is very central. Give you an example. For the National Hydrogen Mission, which is trying to drive the adoption of green hydrogen. That space, for example, driving mandates for blending in industries like refinery, fertilizer, steel. Those mandates will again help drive these companies to adopt green hydrogen, help drive down costs, and have the cascade effect that you were talking about. That's already in play, and some of it we expect in the next few years.
Thanks. Other questions? Yeah, Kaveri.
I was wondering whether Kamya sees or hears any other natural resource related issues when it comes to companies trying to decarbonize. And I was also wondering what your thoughts are on how MSMEs can also benefit from this transition, or what can we do to enable them to benefit from this transition, and not, it shouldn't be a burden to them, but also, how can they gain from the transition?
I didn't quite get the first part of the question, Kaveri. You were saying what?
The first part of the question was, you mentioned how land could be an issue, but I'm wondering whether water or other, other natural resources also already pose constraints to industrial decarbonization.
Land and connectivity in general can to be upgraded. Solutions need to be heard as much on water wastewater management in urbanization journey, and there's a lot of investment in growth. When it comes to MSMEs, the fact is that it's when the larger companies sort of road the transition, they also impact the cost structures in that particular MSMEs also. In terms of policies that there are several initiatives to help drive this energy transition. They're applicable to mid-size and large-size companies. But as costs have come down, that has really helped MSMEs also get into the space. For example, through open access, we have seen larger companies transition 20% of their consumption to renewable. Now we're seeing that sort of laid down to MSMEs as well, both behind the meter and front of the.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Yes. Suniji.
See, this large corridor issues, transmission, connectivity, these are really challenges. But India had taken initiative more than a decade back, 11 or 12 years back, large green energy corridors and regulatory approvals were given. Now, I want to flag one issue that at that time, from many researchers, it came that we are over-investing in transmission in India. And we had to defend it that no, we are doing the right thing. Later on, we will not be able to do it. Today, FARC is saying that in US, we are not able to build lines, and even in India also today. So sometimes I would say that the models has to also factor that tomorrow you will not be able to do it. So it's a lumpy investment, better to do it in advance. So you have only two choices, either get ridiculed now or get ridiculed in the future. So we have opted for the first one.
So I think one of the points that I take away from what you just said is, I think something you had said even yesterday, that it's important for the academics to really be engaging with the practitioners as they build their models and do other kinds of research to make sure that there's kind of that information flow. And so our models are building in as much realism as possible. And also not only building in realism, but also understanding the reason and the rationale and the factors that are actually shaping actual decision making. Because in some sense, I think that has to be then factored into our kind of analytical efforts also. So I think that's maybe an important point. I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
See, he's right. The transmission infrastructure that has already built is really helping. And at the same time, if you see that the REA, so that the transmission requirements, so because that the nature of the RE itself is a decentralized in nature. So when that decentralized in nature, and if it's the grid is able to cope up with the energy demand and supply in a proper way, the requirement of the grid infrastructure when compared to the thermal power is very, very less. So that is also one of the advantage. So when you take into the overall cost, so why that the RE in a present scenario is cheap, looking at the very attractive. So because of its nature and it's the decentralizing things. So if you see that the industrialization, so that our industrialization is mostly in the western part and all. So if you see our coal power, the thermal power plants are almost in the eastern part. Your coal belt is of the eastern side. So if you want to have the pace that we want to industrialize, so how much of the quantum of the transmission infrastructure that is required also is very huge. So when we see the RE scenario and RES, so definitely that the infrastructure is also, the requirement is very, very less when compared to the thermal infrastructure. So that is also one advantageous, very lucrative point, so in the coming future. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Karthik, yep.
Not in response at all to what Mr. Soni said. I think he said a very valid point. But the time horizons, Mr. Soni, over which we are thinking about these issues also matters about the tools and the outcomes that are envisioned. For instance, looking at it in a 2030 framework through an optimization lens, the thing will tell you any avoided transmission is cost saved, and as a result, choose to do all of this because 2030 you can meet the demand. The problem is that we're sitting here in 2024, and at least most of the publicly available studies are still restricted to what India will look like in 2030. So if there is no assessment, or if you're not thinking beyond what the demand will be and how we serve it in the period beyond, how do we then expect, for instance, this grid expansion to be justified through the current, least cost approaches? Because they will always say avoid as much as possible because it's not seeing what is behind it. So I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not suggesting it's an answer, but I'm just saying I think we need to think about.
I think we'll discuss on the sideline. It's a very classical quarrel between the planners, the visionaries, and the least cost options. You can't model in all those things. These are lumpy investments, and throughout the world, we were watching that everybody is going to face these issues. And here is the time for us to build. And it has gone through all the regulatory process, and all our stakeholders agreed, and 50,000 crore rupees of transmission was built 12 years ago, anticipating this renewables. That's the vision which we should have. So, and I have received critical comments that it's an overinvestment. Look at the whole world, nobody has done it. And today, now see what is the situation. So, I mean, I agree with you, but then you, and as Brother Ambuj very rightly said, that we need more interaction. That why are we feeling that it will not be possible, that this is only one corridor which you can build. Either you build now or you will never be able to build. That's the point I was making. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we're coming to the end of the session. Maybe I'm going to just pose one last question to both the panelists, which is, because again, the community, the group in the room really is all academics, mostly academics and analysts and modelers in different ways. So I think the question I would ask is, from where you sit, what is it that we could do and to help you the most? So maybe for you, the biggest priority that you would ask, or the biggest ask you would have of us, in what we could help you in your policies towards decarbonization, or Kamya, in your case, helping industries and other actors actually engage in decarbonization more effectively. What is it that the academic and scholarly community could do to help, if any? So if you had any ask of us, what would it be, and what would be, in a sense, really the top priority for you? So I would like to maybe just do you want to start, Sharad? And then maybe Kamya can come in.
Yeah, see, obviously, so if you ask me, so definitely, sir, I want what is the transition cost. So for each of the technical scenarios, so what is the transition cost? So that will help us in the policy framing. So that is expectation by any government or any the person from the ministry. So what is my transition cost? So then we can also plan. So how we can source it, whether it is from the multilateral or from bilaterals or from the domestic, and what component, and what what is coming as a green one. So those are the very, very important. If you ask one, then that is one. So I just hand over to.
Thanks, Sharad. Kamya, over to you.
I don't know. Yeah, there are lots of ideas, but one thing that comes to mind is, as you rightly said, that there is opportunity for much closer working specific industries and companies. Because the solutioning of our energy systems, the solutioning of the decarbonization entirely from the perspective, from waste perspective, and it's becoming more complex with more types of technologies getting available. There are choices in front of companies and industry, and not just on cost, but what will mainstream, what will supply chains look like, and how should they think about it from a mid-term and long-term perspective. So as you think about the more complex solutioning, I think there is a lot of opportunity, hand-in-hand work with industry and academy. Seeing that a lot for global as they experiment with, for example, new types of storage, this long duration energy storage, These are some of the areas where we've seen companies and academia work.
Great. Thank you. Please join me in giving both the panelists a hand for their comments.
Thank you.
And for giving their time. Thank you very much, Kamya, for joining us. I know you
Thank
said you
you.
had other meetings today, so thank you very much for finding the time. And thank you, Sharadji, for finding the time also. And thank you,
Thank you.
everybody,
This
for
was-
your comments. Thank you. No, I think
Yeah. I know on the schedule we had one more session allocated, but I feel like maybe that won't add too much value. Because we've already had a very rich set of discussions all day, and we're all tired. So I'd like to end with some remarks and thank my colleagues. My reflections, I think, are, we started out with a very, very ambitious title and objective for this conference, and which is, how can we catalyze energy transition pathways in India for development and sustainability. What I think, for me, the main key takeaways are that we need to understand what development means better. It's not easy to change. It's easy to put these words together, but what does that mean in practice, in actually changing the framing and bringing development front and foremost? Clearly, although we're making progress in thinking about our models and approaches, we've got a long way to go in terms of integrating various perspectives, in terms of how it can be useful to the stakeholders who make decisions, in terms of integrating especially the vulnerable and marginalized, the voices of the vulnerable and marginalized. To address this big, ambitious goal, all of you and your thoughts have been extremely, extremely helpful. How we're going to get there is, again, not straightforward, but we have some good. We all agree that we need to collaborate better. We need open networks, and we've got a lot to learn from each other and from our colleagues abroad as well. With that, I thank you all for coming and participating, staying here for the full 2 days, and some of you will continue to stay on for tomorrow as well for the finance session. I'm really grateful that you've spent all this time, and I hope that we can move ahead. And I hope that these set of insights actually inform, become those powerful ideas that Suman Berry talked about, that can be rocks, for future researchers to build on. I'd like to call upon the team. Of course, Ambuj was sort of the idea and the push behind all of this, but the people who really made it happen, I'd like to invite Ashwini onto the stage, Soumya, Medhavi, Sushant, Akhil, Neshwin, Sukanya, please come. I hope I haven't missed anyone. Stand here, please. Dwarkeshwar, of course. Oh, I'm so sorry. Where is Dwarkeshwar? Oh, no. Yeah. So please come. So none of this would have been possible without the dedication and hard work of this fantastic team. I can't tell you, they've been working over the weekends, they've been working sometimes at after 9 p.m. And I really, really appreciate their input. So a big hand to all of them. With that, I thank everyone once again and close this session. You're all free to enjoy the Delhi evening. Thank you.